You are about to opt in to Monerotopia, a show for the Monero community where all are welcome to join. From noob to maxi, no matter what bags you hold. Just sit back and relax to the sweet sounds of Monero's latest progress. Or if you're feeling inspired, join us on stage. Remember, the only thing that can stop Monero is a false belief that it can be stopped. And if you want to win the revolution faster, we recommend you remove your XMR from all custodial exchanges immediately. Warning, voting accidents are common around here. Don't forget to properly secure your private keys. Monerotopia starts now.
Alrighty. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
How you doing, man? How are the
going.
Carolinas?
It's going. Yeah, I just got power back last night. And I basically didn't have power for, I think it was 7.5 days total. I was out of power.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing some crazy stuff on Twitter where, like, it looks like entire towns have been washed away. I mean, what's your take, man? Like, your eyes on the ground there. How far are you from like the true ground zero where we're seeing?
Yeah, so I don't live very far. So like the one that comes to mind is Asheville, North Carolina. I'm not very far from there. I go there multiple times a year for like hiking or whatever. They're pretty devastated. It's looking really bad. Which is weird because where I'm at, it's like I was also kind of in that line of sight of the hurricane. And yeah, I mean, it was, there was a decent amount of destruction here. Like I didn't have power for over a week, trees everywhere, power lines everywhere. I might put some pictures up on X later. And I had friends who had trees cut through their garage, cut through their shed, fall in their house, all that kind of stuff. So some of the week was spent just helping friends do cleanup.
Well, I guess you're not near rivers as well, right? Or are you?
No, not particularly.
That's the larger issue, right? You had rivers overflowing.
Yeah, the main thing is that I didn't have a lot of
levees broke
too much flooding. But if you look at all the videos and pictures of North Carolina, like Western North Carolina, East Tennessee, like you see just literally like sides of mountains just getting washed away. All the houses, the roads, there's like missing sections of I-40, an interstate that goes up through Asheville, which I've driven on many times before. There's large sections of it that are just entirely missing, which is unbelievable.
Right, so people they can't even really get there, right?
No, they can't get there. It's harder to get there, and then there's people that are actually stuck in their houses because like the infrastructure around them, like all the roads and stuff, it's just all been torn away. And if they don't have like meaningful navigation, then they're gonna have trouble getting out. And so people are literally sending horses and mules up there to pick people up and bring them back because it's pretty treacherous depending on which part you live in. And of course, I'm sure people have seen the very, very poor and very sketchy and possibly malicious government response to the whole incident that's been occurring, where people have been threatened under arrest for using their own personal property to do search and rescue, like using their own personal helicopters and using their own vehicles to go and do search and rescue themselves because there's not people actually doing it meaningfully enough. Like the National Guard isn't doing that much. FEMA isn't doing that much. So people are taking it on themselves to go and rescue people, and they're being threatened under arrest by doing that. And FEMA has been confiscating a lot of people's donations and materials and food that they're bringing. So a lot of sketchy stuff going on.
Are you hearing that for real? I mean, I'm seeing that it seems to be real. There's so many people saying it, right? It's not fake news. I mean, like
it's definitely not everywhere because I've been talking to a couple people. Yeah, it does look like it's happening in some places for sure, but it's not like absolutely everywhere. Like I have been talking to a couple people that were able to donate stuff to some local churches that were near like Asheville, North Carolina. They were to do that without issue, but depending on where you go and depending on who you're trying to donate to, you might run into problems. And especially the biggest issue is that this was very real, is that people were getting threatened under arrest for, air quote, interfering with the rescue operations by doing their own S&R. But they were forced to do that because the search and rescue wasn't actually being done by the people who were supposed to be doing it, and it wasn't being done to the degree that it should have been. People are, I guess, what it sounds like to me is that a lot of groups are having their hands tied by waiting for authorization, and authorization isn't being given. So they're just sitting there waiting to do stuff like the National Guard, is what it sounds like to me. But it's not a good situation.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds terrifying, especially the part where the federal government is just looking the other way, and even worse, preventing citizens from just taking upon themselves to help their neighbors, their family. Bizarre. I mean, I guess I gotta just toss it up to sheer lack of ability on the federal government's part. I don't know how
it looks like it is mostly the federal government, because the local
I'm sure the local governments are
in some areas, they're like, defend your property, and
I mean, it's their community. I mean, it's their families that are there. The local works, right? Local government on a small level works. The federal government, though, is just proving to be everything nasty we've been saying about it since this show started. I don't know. It's
malicious
terrifying.
Incompetence.
Yeah, crazy.
There's I saw there
was one guy on Twitter, like a Monero guy that was like
raising Appalachian. Yes.
Yeah, Appalachian.
I was talking to him a little bit, and he managed to actually deliver a ton of resources that was community funded by the Monero community, which is really cool to see. I might be able to pull that up here. Let's see. There it is. Yeah, let's pull this up real quick.
What is this?
So this is Appalachian's post here, how he was able to donate a lot of stuff from the 7.8 Monero that was raised just over a couple days, I think, which is really, really great. He donated a lot of stuff. And so this was donated by his contractor, a pallet of 80 cases of water, 300 pair of work gloves, and then all this food and supplies. This was all donated from the 7.8 XMR that was donated. So that's really awesome.
Amazing.
This guy's doing good work. And he's got a truck. He's able to strap all the stuff down and take it. It's really awesome. Cool to see people in the Monero community who are able to.
You know this guy? Have you communicated with this guy? Like,
I messaged him just a little bit.
Okay.
Just seeing if there's opportunity to help up there, because I'm not very far. But it's cool that he was able to do this. And sounds like he didn't have too many problems with it.
That's nice to see.
That's
Monero working as intended. People can make donations, but obviously the real problem is getting boots on the ground, getting people to people that need help, bringing them the supplies, and the federal government is just getting in their way.
Yeah. Now I don't know how exactly widespread that is. Like, obviously, if a couple incidents of that happen, it's going to go viral. But it is clearly happening. There's been some problems with people in some areas getting their stuff like donations confiscated by FEMA, and FEMA blocking search and rescue and all this stuff. So it is happening to an extent, but it looks like the local community is fighting back, and there's like the United Cajun Navy, who's been doing their own search and rescue, like not caring under what threat they're doing it under. So pretty cool to see. I'm definitely looking to see if I could get, this would be hard because I don't have like a truck or anything, but there's definitely a couple places I might be able to take some stuff. So I might be looking to do similar thing to what Appalachian did, because I actually have the opportunity to, as I'm not very far. I'll see if I can put something together. And if I do have a place I can go to and I can get a vehicle, then I might also create a fundraiser to just get a bunch of as much stuff as I can to take to one of these churches up there. But we'll see. Not 100% sure if that'll be able to happen, but I'd like to if I can. So
do it. Yeah, maybe get Apple. You know, obviously he's busy, but maybe we can get him to jump on the show one of these days. Like to hear from him. It's cool. It's cool to see. You know, Monero always pop up in all these areas, right? Like, there's always a Monero bro, so somewhere near. Crazy stuff, though.
I mean, this is the amazing use case of Monero, that this guy, this random guy in the community, he's able to just put up a donation wallet, and anyone's able to just donate to it, and that's it. There's no problems. No one's going to end up getting in trouble because they did that. It's super easy. It's fast. It's cheap. You don't have to create some GoFundMe and dox yourself or whatever. It's great, and as we saw, it worked beautifully. Granted, he's a trusted person. He's been in the community for a while, but it worked amazingly, and we can see the results of his labor and our donations to his wallet. He was able to get a lot of supplies and food to people who desperately need it. So that's awesome.
Libertad tipped $9.99. Appreciate you, Doug, Tuck, Sunita, and the entire Monerotopia team. Keep spreading the message. See you all in Mexico City. Fantastic.
Awesome. Thank you, Libertad.
Thank you. That was very, very generous tip. Very generous. Thank you so much. We have another one that just came in. Grober Junge tipped $1.50. What kind of America is this that you can't do your own rescue? Are people really happy with the America of today? No, they are not.
No.
People are not happy right now.
I think people like happy. America. People do not like the United States, which is the government part, right?
That's a good way of putting it.
But I'll definitely add some links for news section later that we can play of people who are trying to do their own SNR and actually like boots on the ground, basically talking about their experience. We'll show that. But yeah, I have power now, which is great. I was able to go into an office most of the week that did have power. There were a couple places that had power in my county, but mostly everyone was dark for a whole week. So yeah. It's definitely harder to do work and stuff, but I could have been much worse off. I have running water and all that, so it's not nearly as bad as it was in North Carolina and Eastern Tennessee.
Crazy. Hey, we got 81 live viewers, guys. Like, retweet, get the word out. Let's get more people in here. Let's get more noobs in here. Let's get more people discovering Monerotopia and Monero. Keep building it. Keep trying to get our people to push more, you know? We got to, and I feel like the Monero community, we're just not built to market. It's not really what interests. I feel like the typical Monero user isn't a marketer by nature. We're more.
Not everyone is as charismatic as Doug is.
I try. I'm not even that good at it. I'm like, come on, guys. But we need more of it just to further grow Monero, because nobody's going to do it for us, guys. Nobody wants to, the establishment most certainly does not want to help the word of Monero get out there. So we got to do it on our own. Resident Biden tip, 25 cents. Fuck FEMA. Yeah, man.
That's right.
Fuck FEMA. Yeah. Well, they're exposing themselves as what they truly are. So at least there's that silver lining. People are waking up to it. There's so much social media now in this day and age. It's very hard to control the media and not allow the truth to get out. So obviously there's misinformation that goes out there too. On the other side, there's exaggerations that happen on that side. But I'm seeing an overwhelming amount of different accounts tweeting what looks like authentic things coming out, showing, how the federal government is not only just like sitting there with their hands behind their back, but they're like actually getting in the way of the people, which is terrifying.
They're letting the red tape and bureaucracy get in front of people just trying to save others and yeah, literally just save people who can't go anywhere. And you know, there's potentially in some areas, it maybe gets more malicious than that, but the end result is just that people are going to die, and so citizens are actually taking it up on themselves to go and save people. Crazy. And yeah, I was definitely woefully. I see all the comments about doing like having like I had a good amount of cash. That was fine. I was definitely woefully unprepared for. I mean, a hurricane where I live is like unheard of. That just doesn't happen. So woefully unprepared. Definitely will be a little more prepared in the future.
Generator.
Yep.
Yeah. Starlink. We just got a Starlink delivered over here because we were getting 2 of them from Monerotopia. So haven't tried it out yet, but I'll be bringing it down to Mexico. I'm going down to Mexico next weekend.
Awesome.
I'm going to go down and do some recon. Just get ready for the conference, pay some bills. We're going to do a meetup down there. I think we'll bring it up later in the news. We're going to do a meetup down there. So anybody that's in the Mexico City area, please come out just to hang out, have a coffee, talk about the conference. If you want to help us out during conference time, which is a little over a month from today. But yeah, going down there next week. Yeah, I'll be bringing the Starlink with me as well to kind of test it out at the venue to make sure it's a reliable solution there for internet. But yeah, get a Starlink, man. Those things are they're pretty cool. I got the big one. I got the older model, which supposedly I think is also better bandwidth. But now they make like a mini. They make a Starlink mini.
Yes, they do. And you can run it off of just a generator.
Yeah, the big one is a little bigger than I thought. Well, I mean, I'm hoping I'll be able to run this one off a generator. We're gonna get if we get a large enough generator, obviously. So we should be good with that.
Yeah, you should be good there.
Yeah. Well, we got another tip come in. UTXO tip 22 cents. They are not getting charged with attempting to rescue people. The official charges are money laundering, conspiracy to commit money laundering, and conspiracy to commit conspiracy. This is true. That's funny. We got another one. Neil has tipped $1.23. Monero got delisted from Kraken because it actually provides privacy. Yet another reminder that the decentralized exchanges are the way forward. Yeah, we haven't even mentioned that yet. A little minor detail. I'm sure Bawdy will go into it. We'll get to price report right now. Can you quickly bring up Monerotopia?
Mm-hmm.
Let's quickly bring it up. We got 94 live viewers, guys. Like and retweet. We'll bring Bawdy up in a moment. He will give us his take on the Kraken delisting. I mean, we definitely saw something coming, right? The price was just all of a sudden just started to trend down. It's been making climbs recently, and then as the rest of crypto is just rising, Monero was leeching downwards. So we knew something was up, and
looking like it hasn't been as bad as the Binance one, and probably won't be, because the Binance was basically a false sell-off. They basically forced everyone to sell XMR that didn't exist. So yeah, that would drive down the price. But Kraken probably won't be nearly as bad, assuming that they do actually reserve like they should.
At least we know it wasn't a supply issue, right? There's no bug in Monero's coin supply as far as we know.
As far as we know.
It was just another delisting, yet another one. They're running out of you can only delist once. Each exchange only has one shot at this, so they're running out of exchanges to delist Monero from, and it just continues to trend up every time they delist. It just kind of like bounces back up. Monerotopia, guys, right around the corner. It's ready to rock and roll. We got all the boxes have been checked. We got amazing speakers. We got amazing sponsors. Big thank you to Cake Wallet, and I'll mention Bitmain as well. They are supposedly our second main stage speaker.
Pending payment.
Pending payment. I gotta say it. All the privacy tech projects involved. Very excited to have them. It's gonna be amazing. We got the workshops. You come learn about Tor. You come learn about Monero in English and in Spanish. Come learn about graphene phones, which Tux will be doing. We have the hackathon that's we got momentum behind. It's basically going to be more of a build-a-thon. We did a whole show on that last week. will be focusing on BTC Pay Server. So building out BTC Pay Server further towards Monero usage. Obviously, you could already use Monero on BTC Pay Server, but Deverick sees a need for improvement in terms of Monero purposes for BTC Pay Server, and I think it's a good thing to focus on. So that's pretty cool.
Awesome.
Actually, we just spoke to Monero Pay yesterday. So Monero Pay, not BTC Pay Server, but Monero Pay will also be present at the conference, at the very least virtually, giving a talk on Monero Pay. Monero Pay has been implemented into the Nodo. So I was like, we got to talk to these guys. Brindle's obviously a big fan. It's why he chose to go with Monero Pay instead of BTC Pay for various reasons we were talking about last week. But yeah, we want to highlight them. So they're going to be giving a talk, which is very cool. They might even come in person, which is even better. And maybe we somehow integrate that into the hackathon. I gotta see. I don't want to throw things off too much, but maybe there's a way where it would make sense to integrate that into the hackathon as well. Yeah, guys, grab your tickets. It's a little over a month away, November 14th through the 17th in Mexico City. It's super awesome area. I think Tux could attest to that. It's beautiful down there. The Roma district, very safe, seemingly very safe. Yeah, we're right next to a police station.
I mean, yeah, there's like armed guards on the corner of the street.
It's all beautiful cafes, and it's got a little bit of a hipster vibe, high end, nice area of Mexico City. It's beautiful. It's really
definitely
really
designed for tourists, so it's pretty safe.
Yeah, the weather, but it's a organic city. It's not, you don't feel like you're in a tourist location. It's Mexico City. It's vibrant, and then you could go on your own adventure. You could choose your own adventure and leave Roma.
Go see the pyramids.
Well. There's endless adventures, I'm sure, to be found in Mexico City. But yeah, guys, grab your ticks. Come on down, spread the word. Spread the word. We added a virtual conference ticket. I think we put it up there. We were waiting to add that as long as possible because I really rather people attend in person. That's why I even set it at the same price as the in-person ticket. So we'd rather have you down there in person because you will get much more of a genuine experience, and it will just make the conference better for everyone. The more individuals and minds we have collaborating in person, the better. So come on down if you can. If you can't, buy the virtual ticket, and please spread the word. And if there's any way you think you'd like to participate or help out in any way, email us at monerotopia@protonmail.com. I think we still need a helper or two, actually. So email us in those regards if you want to. We'll give you a free ticket if you want to help, volunteer. Yeah, that's all I got, guys. Please spread the word. Let's get as many people as we can down there. And that's it. Oh, and obviously the marketplace. That's another reason why I'm running down there this weekend too, to make sure that's all coming together. We were going to have, just like last year, a live marketplace going on throughout the entire conference. It's a wonderful marketplace, actually. Perfect timing for your holiday shopping. You can live off Monero for 4 days and buy your Christmas presents or your Hanukkah presents or just whatever it is for those 4 days. Lots of amazing vendors that will all be accepting Monero. So come on down, and I'll leave it at that.
Awesome.
Oh, we got one more tip here. Melissa Borsch tipped 50 cents. Buddy, bro, why didn't you know Kraken was delisting to let us know? I could have sold and bought lower. LOL, JK. I get you're a busy dude. I'm sure he knew something was up. But yeah, I guess none of us knew. It was actually somebody knew, right? Obviously, the insiders knew because that's where the selling pressure was coming, right? There were insiders that knew that started to sell, but not us. Sorry,
Kev tipped 16 cents. Let's go. XBAR should rise again. This is true, Kev. This is true. All right. With that being said, shall we jump into the price report with Bawdy?
Let's do it.
The Monerotopia Price Report segment is sponsored by Exolix, a privacy-focused, non-custodial instant crypto exchange. Go to exolist.com to enjoy secure and completely anonymous swaps with no KYC or sign-up. Swap between Monero and 2,000 plus assets at the most competitive rates and with no limits. Exolist.com, your fast and secure way to privacy.
Hey guys.
All right, hey buddy, what's going on, man?
I'm just doing good, man. Doing good. I gotta say, I guess I have to start out, bro. I did warn you. I said that these guys have tricks up their sleeve. I noted that they still have firepower to delist. I said, hey, this is kind of like this is the top of our trend for the past like 3 years. There's a possibility that that something could happen. Like expect that they've still got tricks up their sleeve. So, but no, I mean maybe I could have been. I wasn't quite Nostradamus enough for myself, for my fans. I guess I have to issue a formal apology for not knowing that it was Kraken that was going to delist across the EU. I apologize. I'm sorry. I'll try to do better.
You weren't surveilling the Monero blockchain to see the Monero moving to Kraken and being sold and whatnot. You're not capable of that.
Maybe that's what those transaction counts. Those extra transaction counts were
like somebody knew, right? I wonder who's selling, right? Who are the assholes who are selling? Like how many people do you think knew, right?
Yeah,
I guess the word really starts to
somebody knew. Some insiders knew. I think I wonder these guys, the best way for them to cap the price is for them to get as much Monero as possible, and probably at this point the best way for them to get as much Monero as possible, in addition to maybe trying to mine some of it, maybe there's some like deal with Bitmain or Nice Hash or whoever. But then, like they could probably use these events and these things that they know about ahead of time. Yeah. So they can sell high and then they know that people are going to swing trade and then buy low. And they can see all the inflows, right? Like in terms of, as far as Kraken and other exchanges and these, the InstaSwap exchanges, they can, assuming that they are in partnership or that maybe Chainanalysis is at least buying the information from these exchanges, they can see inflows. They know when the uptick begins. They know when the volume starts to increase, when the bottom is near. So, I mean, they've got the tools to time this thing. So, in other words, like they probably know that their ability to limit Monero's price is coming to an end, and so they need to accumulate as much as possible until that time. And they'll do the same thing. Like it's the same thing with gold, right? Like they have there's a limited ability that they have to suppress the gold price, and so they've got backup plan B, plan C for when it's time for the breakout to happen.
Yeah, I mean, how many more hammers can drop, right? What do we have left? Well, we have Kraken US. That would be like the final leg, right? After that, anything else would be insignificant.
Yeah.
Right.
Kraken US for sure.
Kraken US.
That would surprise me a little bit. I would like to think that Kraken would push back. At the same time, Jesse Powell, not Jerome Powell. Jay Powell of Kraken, he stepped down as the CEO in 2022, like September 2022. So he's still the chairman of the board. So there's still like maybe a positive influence there. But the FBI also raided his home in 2023, and they said it was unrelated to crypto. They said that he hacked some art people or something. Like he hacked some art people and tried to do something allegedly. So they raided his home. It's like, get the fuck out of here. No. You just wanted an excuse to go raid his home and see if you could find any possible little thing that you could. I
didn't even know. When did this happen? When did his home get raided?
This was 2023. Yeah, the New York Times reported it. That I think it was like July 2023.
Jesus.
So
they were accusing him of being involved in what was it?
Something like a hack against art people or something to do with art. I don't know, man. Details the details are fuzzy for me, but it was allegedly completely unrelated to crypto. But yeah. Just like they found child porn on Cody Wilson's computer. It's like, okay. Yeah.
How
The dude is showing people how to do these guns or whatever, the 3D printed guns, and how convenient. It's like that's just their go-to.
I know
thing.
it's terrifying, right? That they can just do that to freaking anyone. I mean, it's Jesus Christ, guys. That's why we need a lot more of us, right? Because it's hard for them to do it to a lot of people. They could take out one or two, but as we build momentum, it's gonna be very difficult for them to stop all of us.
They can't stop us all. The Area 51 meme was just like totally wasted on aliens. There's like so many. There's a dozen other things we could use this for.
But yeah, man. So what other hammers can drop? Kraken US. What else we got?
I guess they could maybe start banning it for corporate usage in general. You know, like I think it's illegal to use in Dubai. It's
Japan and Dubai, maybe.
Yeah, Japan too. I think. I don't think it's illegal for like individuals to use it still. Dubai, it might be illegal for individuals to use it. I'm not totally sure on that one, but like corporations in Dubai are not allowed to use Monero, from my understanding at this point.
Yeah, so just making it illegal would be the next route.
Yeah.
Well,
it's going to be harder in the States, but you know, we've kind of seen the breakdown of the rule of law here as well.
Yeah. I mean, the good thing is this is all happening at a time when we're transitioning towards not needing centralized exchanges at all. We have Havino, which is starting to grow and gain some traction. We have Sarai Dex that's right around the corner. And there, you know, that promises to really be a fluid way to go in and out of Monero and other cryptos without KYC AML and without having to go through like an exchange process. So that's going to be quite promising, and it couldn't come at a better time. We have Basic Swap. We had them on the show. Not completely there yet in terms of being super easy to use, but making a lot of headway and growing, and purely peer-to-peer based on atomic swaps, completely unstoppable. It's people just running their own software. So we have these solutions, and they all are growing in momentum. They're growing in their usability, and they're growing in the amount of users that are using them. So Monero appears to be as unstoppable as ever.
You know, I was looking at Trocador the other day, and it was like all of the options for Tor have gone away. There's literally one option now that you can do a Monero swap via Tor. Yeah, I thought that was really weird. Like everyone, including Exelix, you can't. Yeah, they won't do a swap over Tor now.
Really?
Yep. Yeah, so I guess you have to make sure you have to exit Tor to a VPN to mask your Tor usage if you want to use these.
So the only Tor the only instant swap still offering Tor access is what?
Oh, I don't remember. Let me go to Trocador.
Well, Trocador itself you could access by Tor, right?
Yeah, you can access Trocador by Tor, but you can't. But like once you try to make the swap and you see the listing, you can't actually, like, none of the offerings, none of the exchanges. So what?
You get downgraded to the ClearNet address.
Yeah, well, it's not that you get downgraded. It's just like they're grayed out. It's like, hey, you could use this, but you're on Tor right now, so you can't use this, or this option.
Specifically excluded Trocador from allowing anyone to make a trade through their Tor, their Onion, even though it's going through them.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
I see. They've like opted out essentially.
Let me see here. Let me just put in like a trade. Maybe I can show you guys.
Fascinating.
Oh wait, I've got to get to the Tor one. Yeah, I didn't plan on showing that, so let's.
I could probably Onion share if you need me to. Surprised they don't have their Onion header, because their Onion address doesn't show up if I just go to Trocador.app. Doesn't request going to Trocador.
Sam Bent is referring to banning Monero. Making it illegal will increase the value, just like drugs or anything else. Yeah,
that sounds nice, but that's I actually don't agree with that. I mean, maybe a little bit.
It's not exciting.
It's just that, like, the problem is that people are addicted to drugs. People fucking love drugs. Like, who doesn't like drugs? Like, very few people don't at least like some drug, even if it's just coffee, bro. So the problem is that, like, drugs market themselves, right? People have like this demand for drugs, and so you make them illegal, and people still want them.
But they use Monero as a tool to obtain them in many ways. So, the desire to use Monero will still exist, right? The utility, even if it's for things like that.
Yeah,
right?
I mean there's
no
truth in that.
There's really no other way to run a dark market without Monero right now. I mean, unless you want to really take a high risk. So I'm not saying that's right or wrong, but Monero is the best tool for it, and there's definitely a need, and people are gonna use it for that purpose. That would be my take on that. What does the price need to be for it to sustain that market? I guess you could do the math on that. Onboard users tip 25 cents. Tux, I helped an Uber driver set up a Monero.com wallet on iOS. I wasn't able to scan his QR code. I think because his phone was set to dark background. I've had these issues before. Don't know wallet version, but would have been current iOS version as of 4th of August. Just user feedback.
Oh, really?
Tux, I don't know. Yeah.
I'm not sure why dark mode would have prevented the QR code from being scannable on iOS, because we don't really do anything based on the OS theme at all. So that's something I'll see if there's a ticket open for that internally already. It's interesting.
Neil was tipped $1.23. Hold on, buddy. Making Monero illegal will just push everyone to use a Vitor instead of ClearNet. It can't be stopped anyway. Yeah, agreed.
So here's what Bawdy was talking about. As you can see, we've got 3 options here. Exolix, we like Exolix, Alpha Cache, and Wizard Swap. Wizard Swap is very based. 3 options. Everything else, they do not allow Tor I2P trades to happen. So out of these,
bump your amount, bump it to like something past 10,000 and see if that changes things. It's like 0.2 BTC.
Yeah. Oh, so let me change it right here. Let's edit. There we go.
Are you supposed to screencast with Tor? No, I'm just playing.
Tor's
your OPSEC, bro. It's ruined.
Oh no, they can see the size of my browser window.
Yeah. You're getting hacked as we speak. The feds watching this show are like, aha, look at the resolution on it.
I probably do have a slightly custom fingerprint though, because as you can see, I have uBlock and Bitwarden.
Oh, snap. Yeah, actually. I'm not gonna lie, sometimes I change the resolution of the browser. Like I'll make the screen bigger or smaller. It's like, come on, are you gonna find me that way? Probably not.
Still got 3 options. Same
Still
ones.
okay.
Same ones. And this is
maybe it just happened to be. Yeah. Okay. So I am seeing Exolix on here. The other day I was looking at it, and there was, I don't remember which one was available. But there was only one, and I was like, wait, Exolix is not on there. It's like
not many options, but there are a few still.
Yeah, there's definitely fewer
where you could access. You're accessing it via Tor right now, Tux, is what you're saying.
This is correct.
You can see the onion link at the top of his of the webpage.
Mm-hmm. Very cool, very cool, very cool. All right, so Bawdy's just spreading fake news, man. Bawdy's trying to drive down the price of Monero.
I was spreading my truth, bro. I was spreading the truth as I see it, or at least as
Bawdy
I
obviously
saw it,
sold. Bawdy obviously sold, and now he's trying to crash Monero.
I was the Fed boy that was selling down price at the top.
All right, well, give us your. I mean, I don't even know what's happening. Has it since bounced back up? I haven't really been following it closely. I would like. Are we anywhere near my 202 number for Monerotopia in 1 month?
I mean,
bring it back.
We're coming back. We've had a bounce back. You can see here we had so all of this junk right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Looks like 5 or 6 days. Almost a week there that things were just crashing. Sorry, hang on.
When is the actual delisting date?
Oh,
when did they?
Yeah. So October 31st, they're going to halt all trading and deposits for people registered in the EU. and they're going to close any open orders. And then December 31st is the withdraw deadline. So get your Monero off of Kraken before New Year's, apparently.
If you're in the any European Economic Region.
Yeah, only for EU people. I mean, like you said, they're running out of firepower. Like Kraken is the last major exchange. After anyone else delists, it's hard to see that it's going to matter hardly at all. Yeah, I mean,
I can at least appreciate Kraken because it seems like they have been somewhat dedicated, at least compared to the others, to trying to keep Monero as long as possible.
Yeah.
And not being
Although,
so
you
sketchy
could
with
say
it.
that's that was just part of their long game, right? Like they saved Kraken for their back end firepower after they exhausted Binance and their other options, now.
But at what point does the feds, right, the states around the world that are essentially the ones behind these listings that are putting the pressure on exchanges to delist, at what point do they realize that the only way they can gain some insight into who's using Monero and what they're using it for, and gain any insight at all, is to have people come through centralized exchanges to obtain their Monero? Like, it's like, why would you be taking this approach? They're literally pushing it off into the fringes and putting fuel to the fire and allowing it to grow stronger and stronger, as opposed to, trying to work with it, which we've seen them do with Bitcoin in a very effective way, right? To the point where we say here that it's been co-opted, right? It's like fully integrated into the current fiat system. They're surveilling it. No, they know everybody that's obtaining their Bitcoin. They can see it moving. I mean, if they want to gain any insight into how people are using Monero, they need to at least, the only thing they could try to do is have them come through an exchange, and they could try to figure out at least who the players are, at least know who's using it. Why would they give that away?
It is a good point. I would say that that they might still have some reasonably good methods. Maybe they have some reasonably good methods of determining who's using Monero. So, for example, if you're running a node and you're not going over Tor, maybe they can figure that out. But it seems like most people are going to be using a VPN at least. Probably, maybe most VPNs are honeypots, so they're like confident that even if you're using a VPN, they can still see your Monero usage, your Monero node. Maybe they have other methods. I don't know.
I mean, even if it's not a honeypot, it's still like most people are going to probably be using VPN paths that exist only within their own country, right? It's because it's faster. And, like if you're using a VPN in the United States, the VPS companies and the data centers, they're logging regardless of whether the VPN company is or not.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that is a good point. The ISPs are like a huge weakness, especially with traffic analysis and that kind of thing, and timing attacks. Like, who's to say that they haven't just like made very sophisticated timing analysis attacks and signatures, especially with growing bandwidth? Like, that could be like a negative aspect of growing bandwidth, is that they have the overhead. Like, I'm just thinking out loud here. So, but it seems to me that with large bandwidth, you would have the overhead to introduce slight timing attacks so that you can still correlate people's activity from one side of the VPN to the other.
Yeah, I do like what Molvat is doing with their DAITA thing. It's like DAITA, AI, whatever. They're basically padding packets so they all look the same, and they're adding noise to your VPN connection to try and obscure the real data that you're actually using, the real connections you're making, to try and help prevent timing attacks. But that's a hard thing to do.
Do you know if iVPN is doing the same thing?
I'm not sure.
Let's see. We have XMR chat from Nihilist. He tipped 0.008 Monero. He says that making Monero illegal will just push everyone to use it via Tor instead of ClearNet. It can't be stopped anyways. Yeah, I definitely 100%. Or I2P. Is anyone out there, any Chads out there using I2P to run their Monero node? Not I.
We have it integrated into Nodo.
I never like in all my social media forays, I don't think I've seen even maybe one, maybe two people that have talked about using Monero over I2P. There's got to be somebody, just for fun. I guess not. All right. Yeah. So I guess we can just hop into the price here. So okay, yeah, we had the Kraken delisting. We dropped there for a week. Again, this is another reason why I like Wave Magic so much. You smash right into the lower standard deviation area. It's also like, it's also the same spot that we bottomed for the last times that we had the various negative price events, and then just came right back to the upside. As of the past like couple hours, we've had a little bit of a cool off here, but nothing major. So I would imagine that as long as there's no major downside forces for the broad crypto markets, that we should continue to make it towards the upside. We're basically at 150, which is the stablecoin price of Monero. Occasionally we foray into 170 or maybe even 180 occasionally. I mean, obviously I'd like to see this thing get up to the top side. I honestly, I don't care. It can go down, it can go back down, and I can just buy more, or it can go up and I can spend more. Whatever Monero wants to do here is fine by me. So other than that, I'm wondering, I'm thinking to myself, what's the next thing that they can do to really try and smash Monero's price to the downside, apart from, a broader market crash? I'm not seeing much, guys. Like, what are they going to do? They're going to delist in the United States? Maybe what they'll do is they'll find isolated states to then like try to, poke at Kraken, be like, okay, it's not in New York. Let's delist it from California now, right? Like, that would be my next guess. Like, if I had to make my most educated, scientific, wild ass guess, I would say they might start going after Kraken to delist in particular states where they've got the political will to make that happen. So, and then of course the first one will be the most impactful, because they'll be like, oh my God, now they're coming for the US. So just keep that in the back of your mind. That could happen. Let's see. We have bounced back a little bit here with respect to Bitcoin in terms of the Monero versus Bitcoin price. Again, same thing with Wave Magic here. You've got this, you form these bands, you form these lower standard deviations. We didn't quite make it all the way down there. You probably can't see that, so I'll draw this. This is the moving average cluster. And these are short-term moving averages, right? The longer-term ones are on the bigger chart up here, right? I think you guys can actually see that. Maybe let me zoom in a little bit here. That might be easier to see. And also, if you're on YouTube, you go to the 1080p charts, and you'll be able to see the lines much more clearly. So that's, again, why I like these standard deviations, why I like this Wave Magic so much, because it really does help you to visualize where some key levels are. It's not perfect, and it's, despite its nomenclature, it's not exactly magic, but it's the closest thing we got. So basically, Monero found support here at the moving average cluster relative to Bitcoin, and we're making a bit of a bounce here. In terms of Wave Magic, I would probably be targeting this area for like, if you're a trader, if you're flipping, like, let's suppose you're flipping between Monero and Bitcoin on a regular basis. On Simple Swap or some of these other decentralized exchanges. Is it Simple Swap? I think it's Simple Swap. Anyways, I would be looking to hit the standard deviation clusters in blue, and then you might flip back into Bitcoin. I would never ever recommend flipping back into Bitcoin, but if you are so inclined, that might be that you would try and do it. Through the delisting nonsense, basically what's interesting is that nothing changed with the divergences relative to Kraken. Everyone basically kept their price relatively close to Kraken. Polo is still, as usual, schizophrenic, just oscillating up and down to the tune of 1% around the Kraken price, but they probably don't have any Monero anyways, and if they do, it's probably just like bot trading and nonsense. So they don't really matter that much. Maybe Qcoin actually kind of matters. Actually, let me walk a step back here. Qcoin and MEXC, hypothetically, if they were going to try and delist Monero from further exchanges, those might be somewhat impactful ones, because I think that those guys actually do some Monero trading. Like, people actually, I think, do trade a little bit on those exchanges. They do have some volume, especially when Binance shut down. I think Qcoin took over a lot of that volume. So yeah, I mean, that could be a case. I think Qcoin is being currently attacked by the Fed boys. I don't know what the latest is on that. That was like maybe almost a year ago that was happening. So Monero versus gold continues to be sort of on the downside of this trend, hanging out largely in between the long-term standard deviation, lower standard deviation, and then the shorter-term standard deviation. So that's where it seems to be hanging out. Gold this week has been largely flat. In fact, for the most part, markets were relatively flat this week. We'll talk about the macro in a bit. Effectively, kind of just neutral. Markets showing a little bit of strength, like, hey, we're not quite ready to crash yet. Let's see, checking the comments. Jack said need to bring back local Monero. Yeah, it would be nice if local Monero came back, but hey, maybe it's good that they left, because when local Monero was that easy for us, we didn't actually do the more properly decentralized methods of trading, right? So yeah, I don't know. It's too bad. There was a lot of trust there too with that platform in particular. So yeah, that's basically what the Monero price looks like. Let's take a look at the dominance. Monero dominance looks very similar to Monero versus Bitcoin for obvious reasons. Bitcoin dominance has been doing pretty good. Yeah, nothing to see here. Privacy coins in general. We'll start with Xano. They are still consolidating after their big run to the upside. There's not a huge impetus at the moment, I think, to push things too much higher in a general sense for the privacy coins. Maybe the Kraken delisting, perhaps, right? Perhaps that could, the reverse reaction from that on a medium-term basis, perhaps that could be the impetus necessary for Xano to go to the upside. But at the moment, this is still consolidation. And I don't know, let's draw some dubious lines here just because. So maybe it could look something like that. I mean, hypothetically, you could see this kind of consolidation pattern happening for the rest of the year on the basis of what we've now seen for, I guess you would say, for about a month here. So, yeah, it would be hard to say. I wouldn't be able to tell you that Xano is going to break out sooner or later. But it is kind of a pennant formation that's starting to develop here. So, yeah, patience. If you're a Xano holder, I guess I would probably still have some patience. This is the kind of, like, if you bought Xano, if you smartly bought down here and you have gains, one, it's never wrong to take profit. This is true. But two, if you smartly didn't put a significant amount of your net worth in Xano, like if you fucking YOLO'd onto Xano, then you might take some profits right here. You're up 3x. But if you just put a little bit of cash onto there, said, hey, this is an outside player, maybe it'll hit. If I'm you, or if I'm me, I'm leaving that in Xano. You're just going to let that sit for 2 years, guys, until 1 year, 2 year, whenever the top of the next blow off is. You're going to let that shit sit there because you don't know if this thing can do another 10x, right? It could hypothetically do another 10x. Xano is very low market cap. So this thing could, I'm not predicting 10x, right? Like, please, I'm not predicting 100x, but it could. Stuff that happens, right? And Xano's an interesting project, right? So it's being run by a guy that was one of the early guys in Monero. He seems like a good dude. He seems like an honest dude. He doesn't give any, red flags or spidey sense tinglies that he's, a nefarious, whatever. So the point is, anyways, guys, if you want to make big life-changing gains, you have to give yourself the opportunity to make those gains. And that's why I say, like, put a small amount of your net worth onto a play like this, because if this thing does do a 5x or a 10x from here, and you bought some small, you bought some down here, you really could be looking at significant cash for yourself. And because you put a small amount of your net worth, it's like, hey, if I lose everything, I'm still okay with it, right? That's powerful because it gives you the mindset that says, hey, I don't need to touch this. I'm just going to let it ride, whatever. The biggest gains you're going to make in a lot of cases are going to be the stuff that you bought and then you just let it sit. And then you woke up one day and you're like, oh, wow, that's crazy. I didn't expect that. At least, that's, it's kind of how it's happened for me from time to time. So, okay, Firo is still doing this probably bottoming pattern. I think we called this a double W bottoming pattern last week. So I don't know if that will play out or not. Again, I just made that up. I don't think that's in the textbook. But yeah, Firo still kind of bottoming. You can kind of look at the wave magic and say, okay, here's our upper standard deviations on the long term. Here's where they have kind of started to settle out on the short term. So perhaps some kind of consolidation in there. I would say to watch for wherever this thing breaks. I would say that it's probably one break to one side or the other will happen. But But hypothetically, if Xano ends up in this zone, right, break that resistance, break that resistance, break that resistance, and then kind of like sits here for a second and consolidates, that's when you know the thing's about to go up, right? So that's what you'd be looking for to really take a long here. If you wanted to, you could take a little bit of a long down there, just to, again, small amounts, not big amounts, and then just let it sit. If there's a big crash coming in a general sense, right, it's possible the bottom on this thing could fall out for a moment here in November, December before coming to the upside. That'll be the case for like basically everything that we look at. So, Pirate Chain, I think we talked about last week that this thing has this crazy oscillation going on here to the tune of about 20%. I don't know what their liquidity looks like. Actually, you know, I'm gonna write this down. Look at liquidity for Pirate. Because if it's very low liquidity, you wouldn't be able to really leverage this to any significant gains. But because this oscillations, because it has these crazy wick oscillations, you could do like some simple math. It doesn't even have to be like the perfectly correct math. It could just be like pleb math. And you could say, okay, what's the average oscillation? What's the standard deviation? Whatever. Like, what's the quartile or the 10% oscillation level? And then buy and sell on these oscillations. Obviously, you need a platform that can support whatever amount of money that you're using to do that with. But if you wanted to, you could take advantage of Pirate and these oscillations here and make money on that, because that's a very, very rapid oscillation. These are daily oscillations here, and daily wicks. You could just like set an alert if you wanted to. Probably I would just set orders. Maybe man, I always forget what it's called. What's that exchange that we use a lot? But like the anarchists in Mexico were using it for a while to trade Monero. I always forget the name of it. Well, anyways, obviously I don't really use it that much.
Trade Ogre?
I'd remember. Trade Ogre. Thank you, sir.
Love Trade Ogre.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, so I need to get on like Trade Ogre and check the Pirate volume there, because there is money to be made on this chart if someone wanted to do it. If someone wanted to
I don't use it, but I love it, just for legal reasons.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I kind of feel the same way. Like, I don't really use it. I think I tried once and I was like, wait, my order's not filling. Oh, there's shit liquidity. Oh, okay, I get it. Maybe the liquidity's better now. I don't know. Let's see. I think we've got if you want to put the latest XMR chat, we have Green Tree. Green Tree, who tipped 0.065671838.023 XMR. He says, thank you, Bawdy. Last week you mentioned privacy coins will get lots of attention after the next liquidity expansion. What was the reason you got cut from the stream early? Oh, yeah, man. Mexican internet, sometimes it just doesn't want to work. Yeah, so the reason that privacy coins, I think, are going to get a lot more attention is simply because after all the attacks that we've seen over the past year or so in terms of privacy, I mean, they hit Tornado Cash, and then they hit the Samurai guys, and all of the maximalists are kind of saying like, oh, wait, like, maybe we were, I shouldn't say all, but a lot of the maximalists. And I'm seeing this anecdotally in my own like acquaintances, my own friends, and on the social medias. All but the most hard-headed, degenerate, scumbag, moonboy, cultist, maximalists are now kind of like, yeah, okay, Monero does seem kind of reasonable at this point. And I know anecdotally what I saw in 2021 was very hardened against Monero. Everyone was like, oh, they're just going to delist it. They didn't even say delist. They say ban. They're just going to ban it. And it's going to be illegal for you to use, and it's never going to go up in price. And so don't use it, and it's only for criminals. I saw all of that shit across, like, ubiquitously across most of social media. I don't see that anymore. What I see is people that are actually like, yeah, Monero's an honest project. Monero is a good project. Like, I see positive vibes towards Monero. It's giving positive vibes for Monero. So I know that's anecdotal, but you have to realize that anecdotal fallacy is kind of like, it's a fallacy of a fallacy in a way. Like, anecdotal experience, using that to make decisions is not a fallacy as long as you understand the kind of statistical power that it has, and you can at least like kind of guesstimate how well you have a finger on the pulse of the thing that you're looking at, like in a social, particularly in this case, in a social sense. All right, I gotta tell this one because this one's pretty funny. I think maybe I've said this before, but let me explain why anecdotal experience, how powerful it can actually be. I have a friend, a Russian friend, and I was like, yo, like, how many black people are there in Russia? And she was like, none. Like, I said, okay, well, through your entire life, how many black people in Russia have you ever seen? And she was like, I don't know, like 3. And so we did this. Okay, well, the population of Russia is 100,000. Then I said, okay, for a girl this age, how many people has she probably seen in her entire life, in Russia? And we did some basic quick math. We said, okay, maybe there's about 50,000 black people in Russia. And then it was like, the answer was 40,000. I was like, holy shit. Like that's insanely close on the basis of one person's anecdotal experience. But when you understand like the statistical limitation of the power, like the statistical power that you have, then you can actually use your anecdotal experience to make inferences. So that's a nice like little side thing right there on anecdotal fallacies. There's a side rant that has nothing to do with price today, but it's an interesting kind of like anecdote, if you will, about how to use that kind of thing. So to finish up with this answer, we just see broad positivity in the cryptosphere for Monero that didn't exist in the last bull market. And people are starting to realize how big the attack that the government has launched against us really is, and they want to defend themselves. So it just spells like a much higher probability and chance of Monero pumping that, and also the fractional reserve game that they played last year or last cycle is really going to be difficult for them to continue. They probably still have some firepower. Like I said, it's still there. Depending on how compromised Kraken might be, that they might still be able to do things. But yeah, I mean, just the totality of it, there's a good chance that we do very well this next bull market. Okay, continuing price report. Darrow price, has taken a pullback for the last week. Maybe we'll go to the daily.
You see Kevin's XMR chat?
Kevin's. Oh no, I did not. Thank you. Sorry. Okay, so Kevin tipped 16 cents, 0.001 Monero. Does futures trading of XMR on these exchanges still affect Monero prices after delisting XMR? Let me think about this for a second. Is there going to be futures trading of XMR on these changes?
Because Binance still allows some futures trading on XMR, doesn't it?
Okay, so it's like purely. I don't know. I haven't checked. Let me make a note here to futures trading on delisted. I mean, usually futures trading would imply the ability to settle in the asset itself. If you can't do that, then it's really just a derivative contract. But futures trading on delisted exchanges, I'm going to check that out because maybe that's there. But if they're doing futures trading, I would say probably not. It seems like the only thing that they could be doing is derivatives trading, which is settled completely outside of of Monero itself, right? Like there's no Monero deposited. You might deposit Bitcoin to make a bet on what the Monero price is going to do and use your Bitcoin or your Tether as collateral for the contract. But you don't actually, you'd never be able to settle in XMR. You'd never be able to put up XMR as the collateral for that trade. And as such, it might do something like take away from the volume. Like people that want to swing trade Monero might go to those platforms to swing trade the derivatives contract. But because there's no real Monero involved there, I would think that it should have, the only impact that it would have is sort of secondary in the sense that those people aren't trading real Monero anymore, whereas they might have comprised some kind of volume towards like a larger order book. So perhaps in one way you would say it might help volatility to be lower because the swing traders, the degens, have gone elsewhere to pure derivatives contracts. At the same time, though, that's less liquidity on the order book, and less liquidity implies more volatility. So probably there's some complex equation analysis that, I just haven't done. I'm probably not going to do it. I couldn't even say that I'm smart enough to do it in the first place, or that I would even have the proper information to try and hazard such an analysis. But yeah, there's your answer there. Let's see, Darrow. I don't know. I don't have anything to say about Darrow. Let's just not even cover it right now. Zcash. Hey, Zcash made a little comeback here after it tagged these lower standard deviations. Has come back 15%. Wait, did Zcash dip? hang on. Maybe this is just happenstance, but it looks like Zcash dipped with Monero when Kraken announced the delisting of Monero in the EU, but there was no announcement of delisting of Zcash in the EU. So I don't know what's going on there, but okay. Zcash, yay, I guess. Whatever. Okay, so let's go to Daddy. Let's go to Daddy Coin, which is not Tate Coin, but Bitcoin, obviously. Just joking. Okay, so we're still in this like boring broadening structure range, right? We're still in this sort of like capping descending line. And I don't see any reason to think that this should be broken in the immediate future here. I think that it makes sense for this to continue trading in this fashion. This is kind of resembling to what we saw in 2020. At the end of 2020, Bitcoin hadn't quite broken out yet. And Bitcoin was really just kind of capped for a period of time in a narrow range until it finally broke out. So yeah, it might be the case that Bitcoin is just not going to break this range until the next liquidity expansion event is upon us. And again, I really am targeting November, December for this thing to happen. Obviously that's my best guess, and it's a difficult thing. It's a very, very low probability thing to call a market crash. Like that's, unless it's like incipient and happening in the present moment or just getting started, it's pretty hard to predict a market crash. In the macro markets and the stock markets, your probability of doing it's very low. Nevertheless, I still think that all of the indicators are there. It's a question of if, not when, at this point. And so in my mind, I'm saying, well, the when should be here in the next couple months. I think that makes the most sense. But again, guys, I'm not I'm not Nostradamus. Okay. I'm not like I don't know everything. Okay. So anyways, Bitcoin is just consolidating here. Probably will continue to consolidate. It does look like it's like slightly on the positive end of the curve. It almost looks like maybe it wants to get up here. If you see it doing that kind of trading and then it does that, okay, then maybe it can come to the upside. But I don't have any opinions exactly how to trade Bitcoin right now. In my personal opinion, that would be kind of no man's land, like in terms of the way that I like to think about markets and trade and get into positions. That's a no man's land position for me. I would just say, that's a no trade. I would look for something else, something that has greater clarity. What the hell? Okay. Maybe I haven't been following closely enough, but FTT just pumped like insanely. That is a lot. That's a 7 standard deviation pump for FTT. Maybe there's some resolution to the trial, or like the speculation of a resolution. People are going to get paid back. Man, I don't know. That's crazy. Crap. Let's go look at let's go look at it actually. Which one do I want to destroy? FTT USDT. Oh, how much did they gain? It's only a 2x. Okay, they've been really flat for the past like year, so I guess that would kind of explain it. All right. Well, there's your shitcoin for the boys and girls. FTT apparently is the coin to have bought and to have purchased.
Shorting FTT, boys.
Yeah, maybe you could short it now. I'm not sure if shorting would be. I wouldn't short it here.
It's too late.
Oh, it's not like hypothetically. Oh yeah, I mean in terms of like the long term. Let's go back to
if I were gonna buy. Yeah, no.
I mean, yeah. If you were to take a short right there, what was that? Oh, that was 2022. Oh shit! You know what? I was short FTT. That was one of the tokens I was short, and I was playing with cross margin. I got wiped out because Dog did a 2x when Musk bought Twitter. I was so sad. I was like, fuck. I was like, and that was kind of one of the last times I was playing with leverage. But I was like experimenting with cross margin. I was short a whole bunch of stuff, including Dog. But then when Dog pumped 2x, it just wiped me out. It wiped out all of my short positions. So I was pretty sad at that moment because it wasn't a huge amount, but it wasn't an inconsequential amount. I would have made a pretty penny if I hadn't gotten wiped out and liquidated on that one. Confessions of Bawdy on the price report. Okay, you know what? Let's go to the Bitcoin. Bitcoin versus gold. So someone last week had asked me to do the regression analysis, not on the Bitcoin USD chart, but on the Bitcoin versus gold chart. And I got to tell you, there's only 2 lines here. We've got the bottom and the top line, right? We've only got the boundaries. This regression is not nearly as clean as the regression of Bitcoin versus the US dollar, which is kind of surprising because you think that gold might introduce some kind of stability there. I don't know why that it hasn't, but at any rate, this is kind of what it looks like. I trust this chart less than I trust the US dollar regression analysis, simply again because this chart is not as clean. I had to do some more arbitrary stuff, and like I won't get into all of it, but like there were some things I had to do that you would consider to be somewhat dubious in a mathematical sense. So it's like you sort of border on the edge of applying the tool incorrectly, And in doing so in statistics, you might completely invalidate whatever thing you think that you have arrived at, whatever conclusions you might have arrived at. Nevertheless, with my disclaimer out of the way, so that the financial bros don't sue me for all my financial advice, yeah, we're actually looking like we're approaching the lower boundary here. So in a sense, it almost looks like it's about time to flip your gold into Bitcoin. But when it's time to flip your gold into Bitcoin, that really means it's time to flip your gold into probably some other higher beta, higher volatility, higher risk, higher reward cryptocurrency. In a very slight way, this kind of makes me think that this is like the slightest of point in favor of the crash of some kind of like liquidity intervention could be coming sooner rather than later. Because when the liquidity intervention kicks off, Bitcoin is going to outperform gold. Gold has been outperforming Bitcoin here for a while now, for like most of the year. Gold will continue going up after the liquidity event intervention, but so will Bitcoin. But the thing that gold does, gold likes to start going up before the crisis happens. We've seen this classically now since 2008. Gold will go up, and then the rest of the markets will tend to follow. There will be a crash. It will be limited for gold. Gold will continue going up, but then the rest of the markets will start catching up. So if we get a crash here, this chart is telling you that yeah, it's about time to flip your gold into crypto or into Bitcoin. So I think that's an interesting thing. That's, again, not as totally airtight of a statistical case that I would like it to be, but perhaps a signal, perhaps useful. So yeah, that's Bitcoin versus gold on the regression analysis. With that, let's go ahead and take a look at the macro. I think we're starting to get long in the tooth here on this report, so we'll try and power or speed through the macro stuff. Gold, as we talked about, is now touching that resistance line. This is completely expected for it to have a little bit of resistance here, given how long this chart pattern is. Again, going back to 1980 with the first gold blow off, after Nixon protected us against the speculators, which is what he told us he was doing, where they allowed gold to float, where they depegged gold from the US dollar completely. Still, this chart, we are in a bullish gold scenario here. Technically speaking, it could take until the end of the decade for this chart pattern to break. It probably won't take that long, given that that the next liquidity expansion is probably upon us. This thing is going to eventually break, probably find some find some support, and then maybe go to the upside, or maybe it just doesn't even care. Maybe it just breaks it. Who knows? Whatever. Yeah. So the theme with the macro for this week is that hold on to your crash thesis. It's not quite yet, right? That's kind of the idea of what I saw this week. So we had the reverse repos going towards the upside. That's people leaving risk, going into the safety of putting their money with the Federal Reserve. Yes, I know. Haha, the safety of bonds. Please, I kid. But in the traditional perspective and very real perspective, being in a bond that yields 5% is better than being in a crash scenario in the stock market, right? And the government's good for it. They're just going to print the money to pay the bond anyways. So it's like, in a way, it is kind of safe. It's a safety play. But so people had done the safety play, like the big money had done the safety play for a period of time. And this was actually a strong movement. But that came back down this week. So it's like, okay, that is probably money that left safety and went to risk, right? So it went to the stock market effectively. Obviously not crypto, because crypto didn't really pump. I would also hazard to say that there is a broadening structure now happening on the reverse repos. And that implies uncertainty and ever increasing oscillation of volatility. I don't know which way this is going to go. In a crash scenario, probably this thing goes to the direction to the upside because people seek the safety of Federal Reserve. You get the overnight rate, federal funds rate for doing that. Yeah, so that's basically a broadening structure. I'm not really convinced how much technical analysis is valid on this particular chart, but I think there's probably some validity to it. So yeah, this might increase, this broadening megaphone pattern here might indicate some kind of uncertainty in the market in general. Let's see here. Dixie, so the dollar index, interestingly enough, the dollar index came back, just ticked up a little bit, but nothing crazy, which is the fact that gold actually held its stable price, right? Gold held, basically kept, it was flat throughout the week. It didn't really go down. It didn't go up much, even though the dollar index pumped. And usually these are anti-correlated. So that's actually strength that gold is showing here. The fact the dollar index went up but gold held its own. That kind of implies a kind of strength that gold performed with there. And then bonds. So the other thing too is that bonds, bond rates actually yields went up a little bit, which indicates people leaving bonds slightly and going into risk assets, right? Because bond rates tend to go up as people sell the bonds. So yeah, the rates going up means that people were probably leaving a little bit bonds to go into risk. In terms of the inversion, we still are. One of our measurements here went down a little bit. One of our measurements went up. So overall, that was flat. And then we had also talked about oil previously. We said, hey, it fell out of its trend. It actually got back into its trend as of this past week. That was a big bump on the oil price. So again, it's kind of like the macro saying, yeah, not quite yet. Like, okay, the signs are there, but maybe we're not quite ready to crash just yet. But that's just 1 week of new data. So we got to see how things unfold. Who knows what kind of shenanigans might be going into the election, and what kinds of things like they might kind of bullshit that might try to get pulled or whatever, right? Like, who knows? Stock markets, the S&P put on, I wouldn't say a new all-time high, but I mean, closed the week at its all-time highs effectively. NASDAQ still up, but still kind of underperforming the S&P overall. So, one thing also, again, the unemployment, we talked about the unemployment, that once it's past a certain point, it tends to spike up, and that's it, right? Like, that's the recession. That's the crash. Right now we've actually had 2 months. So we've had the past 2 months where the unemployment actually came down. So unemployment is not ticking up anymore. And perhaps the market isn't totally sure yet, hey, this thing's going to crash. Oh, and also, by the way, remember guys, that we don't necessarily know exactly like when this is going to happen, right? Again, I'm speculating. Okay, so another thing that slightly bothers me about the unemployment chart is that in almost all cases, when it was time for the crash to happen, so counter thesis time, when it was time for the crash to happen, we didn't see really any major pullback. We didn't see a big pullback of the unemployment. It just continued spiking, maybe like right here just a little bit, but that was 1-2 months. Wait, hang on, 1, 2, 3 months where it pulled back for a period of time. So if the next unemployment numbers continue to drop or stay flat, that's maybe, I'll have to note that as a counterpoint to my thesis here of crash sooner than later. Okay, with that, I don't think we have much else to talk about here. Monero transactions still 25,000. Looks like our little bump up here above 30. That was just a temporary foray, and now we're back down to our stable transaction levels, which appears to be 25,000. And let's check the chats, make sure I haven't missed anybody. Nope. Okay. Crash to the upside. Oh, yeah. Okay. So fairly reasonable investor on YouTube says crash to the upside, ? Yeah. I mean, don't forget that in 2019, the markets did massively pump before the medical intervention happened in 2020, March of 2020. Markets did just smash to the upside, right? So you have to keep that in mind, because it is possible that you could be sitting on the sidelines waiting for a crash, even as the market pumps. And then if the dip doesn't happen, right? If you're waiting for the dip and the dip never comes, then like you just lost out. Which is why I'm like, okay, have something in the markets, but also have some cash on hand, have a strategy, be prepared. And yeah, with that, guys, I'm going to hand it back.
Just do everything right.
Yeah, just make no mistakes, and you'll win. There's actually a lot of truth to that, though. Like in almost any sport and anything you do, like if you're new at something, the first thing to do is to stop making mistakes or make fewer mistakes. Like hitting the winner, smashing the best shot, throwing the perfect punch. Yeah, I mean, definitely you should be aiming for that. But the first thing is fix your mistakes, and that will yield you far better gains in any endeavor that you do, before necessarily trying to hit all the winners. Life advice with Bawdyanarchist.
Don't make mistakes. All right, man. Amazing as always. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that being that beacon of guidance during these tumultuous times, as always, Bawdy, for steering us through these hard times in Monero land. Yeah. Anybody that's concerned about these things, yeah, you didn't know what you signed up for, guys. I mean, Monero is not welcomed on centralized exchanges, and there are arguments for why it is better off that way. So
it's funny.
awesome,
I think
man.
about how naive I was when I got into Monero and started like participating in the community. I don't know, what was this back in 2018? I guess 2019. Yeah, I mean, back then I didn't even have my bearings that well on markets. Like, I mean, I had like the fuzzy idea of the beginnings, you know, of what would sort of become the broad headline structure of how I see markets, but I had no idea that we were in store for this kind of battle, for all this stuff that was going to happen with Monero, with all these delistings and, you know, the fractional reserve. And I had no idea that the cryptocurrency space was so, that there were so many nefarious players behind the scenes screwing with price and screwing with everything. But you live, you learn.
So naive. You were so naive. Yeah, I think it's been a shock for all of us. But you know, from the get-go, right? This thing was always meant to be adversarial versus the state. So for crypto to function, we knew that there had to be a major battle that would be taking place at some point.
It's funny, Monero was so good that in a way it kind of forced us all to walk the walk. We didn't we talked about it, but I don't think we expected that this was going to be the path. And then Monero was like, it was so good that we said, well, it sort of forced us to bring our actions and our thinking into alignment with what it was. But don't take that to mean I'm saying Monero's a deity, guys. Please, no maximalism. We're not evangelists. Although,
speak for yourself, buddy. Speak for
maybe
yourself.
maybe you say you were like, hey, spread the word. Like, yeah, we're not evangelists. That's kind of the problem, right? Like, we saw the maximalist stuff, and now we're like, no, I'm not an evangelist, but maybe we gotta be a little bit more on the marketing side.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. You know, obviously it depends how you're marketing. We just want people to know this utility exists, that the option exists. Monero is digital cash.
I just want people to know they can pump my bags. Just
yeah, for being brutally honest about it. Yeah, come pump our bags. All right, man. Stick around if you can, and we will keep moving it along. All right, sweet.
Peace.
Thanks, buddy.
Thank you, buddy. Thank you, buddy. We had 180 live viewers right now, guys. Like and retweet. Let's keep spreading it. Keep spreading it. Keep pumping our bags here.
That's right.
Let's bring it. Let's bring up our special guests. Let's do it.
The Monerotopia guest segment is sponsored by Cake Wallet. Store, send, receive, and exchange your Monero and Bitcoin safely on iOS and Android too. Cake Wallet is open source, and you always control your own keys.
All right, what's going on, fellas?
Hi, bro.
Alessandro, how's it going, man? How you doing? We've almost made it to the finish line of CopaMonero. It's been a freaking marathon, I know, especially for you, Anhdres. Man, thanks for jumping on and being the interpreter.
Hello.
What's going on, Alessandro? Tell us. Get the people excited about CopaMonero. Let me bring up the screen, actually.
Andrés.
Sí, te pidió que le contaras sobre CopaMonero. A ver, ¿qué onda?
Bueno, lo que tenemos para CopaMonero esta semana que entra, la semana siguiente, el 13 de octubre, tenemos las semifinales que se van a jugar en el Estadio de Libertad, obviamente, entre Guaraní y Vélez Sarsfield. Guaraní, que es el equipo de Firo, contra Vélez, que es el equipo de Pirate Chain. Después tenemos la siguiente semifinal.
¿Para esta semana?
No, la próxima.
Dentro de
el 13 de octubre. Sí. Y el próximo juego es Libertad, el equipo auspiciado por Cake Wallet, el main sponsor de Monerotopia, contra Unión, que es el equipo de Duki Sunita de la Monerotopia Conference.
Okay.
Eso por un lado.
Next week we have in CopaMonero the semifinals, and the semifinals are between Guaraní and Vélez first, and Sunday the 13th of October,
which is Firo and Pirate Chain, right?
Which is Firo against Pirate Chain. Yes, Guaraní against Vélez. and that's the battle of the altcoins. Yes. and the other semifinals
Sí,
are
sí.
between
¿Cuál va a
Libertad
resistir?
and Unión, which is a very difficult match because it's Cake Wallet versus Monerotopia,
Ooh,
which
who do we root for on
displays
that one?
as many
Oh.
conflicts of interest as you can possibly put on one match.
Muchos
I don't
sentimientos
know who you
encontrados ahí
root
para
for,
Luke.
Doug, for example. Who are
I
you
mean,
rooting for?
it's amazing that Libertad might be the ones that go to the finals here, right? That's pretty apropos.
Yeah.
They are the original Monero
The
team,
OG,
right?
the OG Monero
They are
team,
the OG.
yes.
They are the original team that brought crypto to Formosa. So would be beautiful to see. So I don't know. As much as obviously I'm a Monerotopia fan, I might be rooting for Libertad and Cake Wallet because they are the main stage sponsor of Monerotopia.
Estuvo baleando Unión, así que creo que está más fascinado por
Ale?
Unión. Sí, sí.
¿Entendiste? Ok.
No.
What is?
Decía Gripo que bueno, que hay un poquito de conflicto de intereses entre el partido de semifinal, porque es Libertad con Cake contra ellos que son Monerotopia, quien quería que ganaran. Y estaba como diciendo, bueno, que a pesar de que ellos están jugando con su equipo, Libertad es como el equipo original de Monero. Así que si termina siguiendo adelante Libertad, está todo bien. A pesar de que pierda Monerotopia.
Aquí muchos están esperando una final entre Firo y Cake. Más decir Guaraní contra Libertad porque es el clásico más antiguo de la localidad.
The oldest classic match, the confrontation in the town, which everybody's waiting for, is Libertad against Guaraní.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I put that. Repeat what you said.
No. That most people in Ibarreta in the town are waiting for a final between Guaraní and Libertad. I mean, it's gonna be Firo against Cake, because that's the oldest rivalry. The classic match will be Guaraní against Libertad. So everybody's kind of rooting for that to be the final.
That's fantastic.
Vamos por parte porque hay mucho que comentar acá respecto a lo que va a venir en semifinales y también en la final.
There's a lot to pack for, so give me. Ale, vamos a ir frenando de a poquito, así tiro todas las cosas. There's a lot to unpack for the finals and semifinals, so we're gonna go through all the things that Alessandro's gonna tell us.
All right, yeah, tell us.
Vamos a compartir la pantalla.
Let's share some
¿Qué tenemos de primera mano? Tenemos los juegos en Sigmanero. Vamos a tener.
For people kind of tuning in that are like catching word on this for the first, we have 184 live viewers. Guys, like and share. For people that are just catching the first word on this, there's something called CopaMonero that we're in the. How many games did we have? We had, I think, 12. Did we have 12
partidos?
No, there's 12 teams. I think it's like 15 games total with the finals. In this small town in the Formosa province of Argentina, there's a small town called Ibarreta, where Monero has organically kind of taken root, and it was among actually young gentlemen like Alessandro that were using it for gambling on soccer originally. And from that, it grew into being used among Alessandro and his friends and the soccer players. Alessandro is very involved in soccer or football where he's from. He's in charge of his local football club. And out of that grew this idea of CopaMonero. When I went to Monero Town and visited Alessandro, we came up with this idea to put together an event called CopaMonero, where we'd have a bunch of local teams playing and competing to win a Monero prize. And Alessandro, he's been, we've been giving him funding, we've been giving him support. But other than that, he's been doing this on his own, obviously with help from people in his community. And he's managed to put on a legitimate football tournament. obviously this isn't the FIFA World Cup, but he's managed to put on these games. He's streaming them. They look beautiful now. We've worked out the tweaks, and we have these teams that are passionately competing to win a Monero prize. Everybody there knows about Monero now. They're excited for the prospect of potentially winning Monero, especially knowing that they can turn around and use it in that town. So it's a beautiful, beautiful event, and we're coming to a close, and we've coordinated it in such a way that the finals will take place next weekend. And then, I mean, the semifinals, and then the actual final game will take place during the Monerotopia conference, and we'll have it broadcast live, and we could all watch the finals. And so I just want to catch everybody up, bring everybody up to speed on what's going on. But Alessandro, take it away.
Dale, con todo un resumen de más o menos de qué se trata
Ok.
todo Monerotopia. Dale.
Primero que nada, vamos, no sé si lo están viendo en la pantalla, lo que compartí.
Ahí.
Tenemos el mercado de apuestas para las semifinales en Monero, el sistema de apuestas peer-to-peer, donde
First
tenemos...
of all, we have like the live peer-to-peer gambling site at Monero.
Tenemos las cuotas, van a salir 24 horas antes a la vista del público, tanto para la gente de Firo como para la gente de Pirate Chain, que pueden usar a través de Trocador usando sus monedas nativas y pasarlas a Monero. Y lo mismo para el siguiente partido, que es de Libertad Unión. Tenemos que tener en cuenta que los candidatos aquí... Sí.
If you have either Firo or Pirate Chain and you want to support your team or bet on the match, you can use Trocador to switch it to change it to Monero and use it for the bets.
Las cuotas van a ser los candidatos aquí, obviamente ya básicamente se lo puedo decir, son Vélez Arfiel en la semifinal de ida y Libertad en la segunda semifinal. Son los candidatos según las apuestas, porque es según el orden en el cual se inició el torneo de candidatos en base al torneo anterior. Así que para que tengan en cuenta eso, los fanáticos de Guaraní, de Firo, de Pirate Chain y de Monerotopia también, algún que otro fan más de Unión, del equipo Unión.
Okay, basically that you can bet on either team of the match, and so even if you are a fan of Guaraní or Vélez or whatever, or even just Monero, CopaMonero or Monerotopia in general, you can bet on those pairs, those quotes.
Recordemos que
who's the favorite here? What does Alessandro think? Who's going to win? Ale? Who's going to win CopaMonero?
¿Quién va adelante en las apuestas?
En la primera semifinal, Vélez, y en la segunda semifinal, Libertad está adelante en las apuestas.
The favorites are Vélez for the first match and Libertad for the second one.
All right.
Así que el preferido es Vélez y no Guaraní. Está complicada que se haga la final dorada.
Está complicado, pero en el fútbol todo es posible, es dinámica de lo impensado.
Así es el fútbol, viejo.
Bueno.
What is like the excitement on the ground there in his town and in among these other towns that are playing? Are people excited about CopaMonero, that it's we're coming to an end here?
¿Cómo están en los otros pueblos y eso con la CopaMonero? ¿Están entusiasmados? ¿Están excitados con los partidos? ¿Lo siguen? ¿Tenés comentarios de la gente? ¿Vienen a los partidos?
Hay comentarios, hay mucho más actividad en el Instagram respecto a la gente de los otros ciudades, localidades. Por darte un ejemplo...
There's a lot more activity on Instagram from people from other towns nearby. For example,
el equipo Unión de Monerotopia está compuesto en un 80% con jugadores de otras localidades, de otros pueblos.
The Union team, the club Union, is made up of 80% of players from other towns, actually, no Ibarreta, decís.
No Ibarreta.
Not from okay.
Por ejemplo, no sé si estuvieron viendo en la cuenta de Twitter de CopaMonero, estuvimos publicando un entrenamiento de Guaraní, que es el equipo de Firo, y de Unión no pude ir a a grabar los entrenamientos para que la comunidad de Monerotopia pueda verlo, porque no entrenan aquí en Ibarreta.
¿En el Twitter de Copa Monero?
En el Twitter de CopaMonero, sí.
On the Twitter account, on the X account of Copa Monero, they've been showing some of the trainings for the matches. There's one that
Oh
he could
shit!
show.
I haven't
yes.
even seen that. Yeah, bring it up.
Yeah.
Go ahead, bring it up.
Eso que está
I'm
mostrando
just showing people a match. This was just Trocador versus. I'm just bringing it
Ah.
up so people can see what's going on. So this is the stadium where all the matches take place. This is at Club Libertards. This is their stadium, which has become the CopaMonero Stadium. They, I think, have done a great job at filming, streaming, and the announcing. The announcer is actually fantastic. I don't understand, obviously, 98% of the things he's saying, other than the goal. But he's going nonstop. It sounds very fluid and poetic when he's speaking from my point of view. I don't know, Andres, have you listened in? Is this guy a good announcer? He sounds fantastic.
Yeah, it sounds like a professional. But he's a professional football announcer.
He's like
So
really,
it's
really
like
giving it his
50%
all.
of the experience. It's just that.
Yeah.
Bueno,
So for those that
I don't know if he's doing as much as a good job as our friend, our Greek friend.
oh
but-
yeah. You guys were having an amazing night that night.
He was
And
really, really good.
Unfortunately, the quality of the broadcast wasn't that
Yes.
great, but being in the same
Respecto-
room with you guys was fantastic.
Respecto a eso, se van a encontrar, obviamente, esta semana estaremos
Ya.
subiendo los entrenamientos del equipo de Pirate Chain, de Vélez, de Libertad,
This week they're
obviamente, de
gonna
Cake.
upload the Pirate Chain team trainings.
Oh, cool.
Y también, ya que estamos...
Does he have a training video to play? Yeah, let's see.
Ale, ¿tenés un entrenamiento para mostrar de esos de los de video? ¿O
El
los
de
pusiste en
Firo,
Twitter?
está subido.
Dale,
El
ponelo.
de Firo está subido en Twitter, pero no lo tengo abierto acá en este ordenador, no tengo abierto la cuenta.
Pero buscala rápido, dale.
Creo que Duke puede ponerla allí, ellos lo pueden poner en la pantalla.
Dale.
Sunita, no sé
Sí,
si está.
He
What
doesn't
happened?
he doesn't have the screen
The
right
Firo.
now. He asks you if you can, or Tax, if you can search for the Firo training on the Copa Monero Twitter account.
Okay. Let me see if I can bring it up.
Bueno, mientras lo buscan eso, vamos a ir quiero ir comentándoles qué se van a encontrar en las semifinales dentro de lo que va a ser el día 3 en la transmisión.
This is what you're gonna find on the transmission, on the live broadcast of the semifinals next week.
Como saben, estamos trabajando ya con más cámaras, ampliando dentro de todo lo que es el estadio. Y la fecha anterior no pudimos mostrar lo que había, que era una cantina puesta por uno de los clubes participantes, donde todos los jugadores y jugadoras también del club femenino, del Cubo Club, están aceptando cripto. No lo pudimos mostrar, pero esta semifinal sí vamos a estar en vivo haciendo pagos en Monero, pero más que nada en Monero, obviamente, para no buscar otra cripto dentro de Cake. Pero
Two updates for this next semifinals is that plus on one side they have more cameras now. ¿Cuántas cámaras tenés ahora?
3, 4 va a haber, así que vamos a estar cambiando mucho.
Yes, they're gonna do the live broadcast with 3 or 4 cameras now, so you
wow.
can see all the action way better. And the other thing that they could not show last time, but it was already open, but they're gonna show it live next week, is members from 2 teams open up like a canteen. ¿Qué es? Como un restaurancito,
Sí, un
puesto de comida.
Un puesto de ventas de refrigerio, de comidas, de helados.
Like a food stall, a little food shop next to the football field.
Para ser más directos, en el entretiempo se van a encontrar a mí, a otros chicos haciendo entrevistas y pagando helados en Monero, y ellos van a estar repartiendo a la gente en la tribuna.
So there's a Monero accepting concession stand?
Exactly.
Oh my
exactly.
God, that's amazing.
They're selling
That's
ice creams and snacks and beverages, and of course you have to pay Monero. So they're gonna on the halftime. On halftime, they're gonna show live how they purchase stuff for consumption on the stadium.
That
with
is
Monero.
fantastic. I love that Monerotopia will all be able to watch it live on the big screen. Obviously, it'd be amazing if we were there, but guys, easier said than done. Getting a large group of people into Formosa, obviously we did consider it for a moment, but I don't think we're there yet. Maybe in the future we could all make a group trip there and do a Monerotopia in the town at Iberete. But this year we'll have to tune in remotely. And
on the upside, the Mexicans can totally understand the audio from the match.
Oh yeah,
Sí,
exactly.
bueno.
All the locals will be able to understand the match.
Yes.
It is going to align very nicely. I should
And
mention that too. Now
I
that
don't want to make it too spicy, but they will have the opportunity to enjoy some good soccer while in the meantime.
100%.
No,
Bueno.
100%.
Opinions on Mexican soccer, but
Let me bring up this. I did find the
Duke.
training video here. If he wants to show it, go ahead.
Duke.
Yes.
Bien. Eso para la semifinal, obviamente, vamos a tener eso como nueva novedad. Luego, el entrenamiento de Firo, vamos a verlo primero.
let's see the firewall training.
Salta el copyright ahí de la canción.
Firo.
Es modo muy monero el video también porque es en la oscuridad. Y...
Are these guys excited about like winning? What happened?
Es muy privacy.
Yes,
Very privacy.
he said that the whole training was done in a very Monero fashion because it's so dark that you cannot see.
Nobody can be identified.
Yes.
Look at this. They're sending Monero transactions as they're training over here. They're literally training.
No,
play
those are
around
Pyro
and
transactions.
Pyro, sí.
Was it Firo? Really?
Firo,
Okay.
yes.
Firo transactions.
Amazing.
¿Por qué entrenan de noche los chicos? Por el calor, 38,
They train
40
by night
grados.
because of the heat. It's too hot during the day.
Yeah, all right, understandable.
No, you do understand. You've been there.
Yeah, I know.
Bueno, eso también que vamos a tener en cuenta que para las semifinales vamos a jugar con una temperatura de 38, 39 grados, así que va a ser una...
For the next week, la semana que viene.
Yeah, sí.
Oh, for next week, they are expecting temperatures for the semifinals matches of up to 38 degrees Celsius.
Holy
of course, the only scale that I can do. How much are them?
Bien.
In your fake temperature scales.
Para la final, bueno, ya que estamos
hot
en la
as
página
hell.
web.
That's like, I don't know. Would you say 38 Celsius? You
38,
said?
yes.
Yeah, that's like 100, over 100 degrees, I think, right? I don't know.
Yeah.
Somebody quickly do the math on that one.
¿Hablo yo?
100, yes.
It's
100.
like times 9/5 plus 32 or something.
100.
Yeah. It's hot. That's hot. And,
It's hot.
And it's muggy too. It's like it's
very humid.
It's like you're in the jungle. It's like it is freaking.
Basically, take this into account. Your body should be at 36, right? 36C to function properly. This is 2 degrees above your core expected temperature, right? So just by standing, your body starts to sweat, so you can lower your temperature. Just by standing. Imagine playing soccer.
Oh yeah.
And there is so much humidity in the air that your sweat doesn't evaporate. So
no hay tanto humedad aquí. Acá no hay tanto humedad.
Probably you're gonna see people dying on the field.
Don't
for
say that.
To tune in. People just tune in. You want some drama? Tune in because you're gonna just
do not say
players.
that. God forbid. Yeah, young
guys.
Yes. Every team has like 40 players just in case. So they keep replacing them.
Which team has the most players? They have the highest probability of winning because only ones
Ale,
who survive.
Estamos hablando de que probablemente cada equipo tenga como 40 jugadores por si se van cayendo muertos por la temperatura, los van reemplazando.
No, hice un cambio de regla que excede a la FIFA, que es las ventanas de los cambios, que acá están eliminadas las ventanas de cambio. Se pueden hacer hasta 5 cambios, pero sin ventanas. Normalmente se utilizan 3 ventanas en reglamento formal y yo decidí sacarlo eso porque por ahí los clubes tienen jugadores que se desgastan muy rápido físicamente y por la temperatura. Es más, vieron en los últimos partidos
¿Cómo
que
funcionan las
It-
ventanas?
se paraba.
these guys are playing their hearts out too. Even if it was freaking 60 degrees, let alone 100 degrees, these guys they go hard. I mean, you watch these games. I'm watching some of like the injuries that they're having.
Yeah,
They're
he was
really playing hard.
Alessandro was just telling us that he made some modifications to the official FIFA rules for when they are dealing with how many changes of players that you can do during the match. Just because of that, because they run into a lot of heat and the players really wear off, so they lift the window of changes that you can do, basically. So you can.
Bueno, lo que estuvieron.
I just feel bad. I think we missed some super chats here. Jose tip 50 cents about the betting site. Can I close the browser after I put my bet, or do I need to keep the browser open all the time?
Ale,
I don't know if,
te preguntan si después de que hagan la apuesta en Sin Manero, ¿pueden cerrar la ventana del navegador o tienen que tener la ventana abierta todo el tiempo?
Bueno, eso era antes de que tenga la actualización. Yo creo que eso se cambió ahora y que sí pueden cerrarla. Pero lo estaremos confirmando mañana mismo en Sin Manero, lo estará publicando el administrador. Creo que es algo que se cambió con las nuevas actualizaciones porque estuvo frenado un mes Sin Manero. Pero creo que sí se podrá
It's
cerrar.
supposed to be updated now. They've been working on that for a month now. He's not sure. It's supposed to be working like that now, that you can close the browser window and your bet stays on. But they will make an announcement tomorrow on the official Sigmanero account to be clear about how it works. But supposedly, new update,
guys, post some bets for fun.
Yeah.
Belinda tipped $2. Hola, Alessandro. Te amo mucho. Alessandro's got a big fan out here.
Thank you, Belinda. Thank you. I love you.
We have another one here. What is this one, guys? You're gonna have to read this one. What's going on here? Argentina.
It says Argentina is a beautiful country, and it's wonderful that some people are using Monero.
Yes. Vamos a acelerar porque tengo un par de cosas más que contar.
He has more stuff to tell. So let's speed up.
Todo lo que ya le conté qué va a pasar en las semifinales, con qué nos vamos a encontrar en la transmisión, uso real de Monero en tiempo real, en vivo. Los partidos, lo que va a ser, van a ver mucho más mejorada nuevamente la calidad de transmisión. Ya te hicimos caso, Andrés, vamos con Starlink para las semis. Después también tenemos, luego de las semifinales.
Now they're going to use Starlink from now on. So expect a better quality and a better uptime of the stream.
Luego, ya vieron en el partido de Huracán con Libertad, en la última jornada de Copa Monero, la cantidad de público que había, que era bastante importante. Se mostraban las dos tribunas.
Wait, I'm sorry, I missed the last point. What you're saying? He's better, more reliable internet? Is that what you said?
Yes, because they got Starlink now, so they are.
Oh, they do.
Yes, so
okay.
I pressed hard for that to change.
Entonces,
so they are not relying on local infrastructure basically for the internet connection. So there seems to be higher quality and more steady. And they're also gonna have the last match. If people tune in, you can already see that there were way more people than before on the matches, like public. And they're expecting a even bigger public now. So they're gonna show the
I don't want to throw I don't want to throw a monkey wrench in here, but if they have Starlink now, would Alessandro be open to moving back to using StreamYard? Because then we could have people come into the chat. We could use the XMR chat so people could send super chats, or is that going to throw things off?
Ale, lo que te pregunto es si ahora que usas Starlink y tienes una mejor conexión, vas a poder pasar a StreamYard para hacer la transmisión o así la gente puede comentar en vivo, tirar los superchats o eso básicamente rompe mucho las pelotas cambiarlo.
Vamos a probarlo, vamos a ir con pasa que vamos yendo poco a poco con ¿cómo se dice? Mi técnico en transmisión, que estamos
Because there would be a lot of people that would want to send super chats.
Con Fabricio Montiel.
They're gonna run some tests.
Vamos a tratar de hacer lo posible.
They will try and do everything they can, and they will let them some tests with the technician over there.
Okay.
Pero para la final seguramente ya haremos eso.
For the final, for sure. I'll see if we can make it for next week as well.
Andrés, Doug, stop. Para la semifinal eso, posterior a la semifinal, días posteriores, haremos un programa nocturno, probablemente entre el 27 y el 29 de octubre, un CopaMonero Night Show, donde estaremos reviviendo todo lo que fueron los primeros juegos, hablando con todos los jugadores, un jugador de cada club, donde por ejemplo este jugador de Guaraní que vimos usando Firo, el muchacho de Sano, de Huracán, que estuvo también mostrando su wallet en su momento antes que quede eliminado, contando, el otro día estuvo usando Trocador y me dijo, funciona bien Trocador, cambiando Sano por USDT, me dijo. Así que estaré entrevistando a los jugadores, estarán comentando su experiencia con CopaMonero y su experiencia con las monedas, bueno, en este caso Sano y Firo, estarán comentando cómo les fue. También hablaremos con usuarios de Ibarreta que ya tienen sus servicios en XMR Bazar, como por ejemplo editores de logos, y con mis barberos, que también son, incluso con el barbero que le cortó el pelo a Duke, él jugó en Luis Cristaldo, en el equipo de Basic Swap, y estará... ¿Te perdiste?
No, está bien.
Te re perdiste.
Y es a la noche en horario argentino, básicamente.
Horario argentino, sí. Pero estará Duke, también Duke estará presente, vos también, seguramente.
Sí.
Dígame, tell me.
Okay, translation incoming. Wait, this is like when they translate Japanese that the guys like speaks for an hour and then I said something very short.
Pará. Y también vamos a presentar la Copa en vivo.
He likes the show.
Not only are you a translator, you're a summarizer, which goes a long way on this show.
No. I took notes for this one. We know we Argentinians like speak a lot. Okay. There's gonna be after the finals, but after the semifinals, but before the finals, there's gonna be a late night show for CopaMonero.
Okay.
Donde vamos a presentar la copa, primeramente, la copa.
They're gonna introduce, present physically the cup itself, right? They wanna show the cup itself. It's gonna be on the 27th or 29th, around those dates. And it's in nighttime Argentina, so basically nighttime New York.
Hay una hora
after the finals. After the finals.
No, antes de la final, ¿no? Después de la semifinal y antes de la final.
Después de la semifinal y antes de la final.
Yes, before the finals, in between the semifinals and before the finals, so to get like things heated. They're gonna interview players from the Firo and from the Pirate Chain.
Amazing.
Sano.
Sano. From the Firo and the Sano teams.
The Huracán Sano team.
Yes, Huracán and the other one. And they're going to interview them about the matches, but also about their experiences with both Sano and Firo. One of the... ¿Cuál es el que usó Tocador?
Es de Sarmiento, jugador de Sarmiento Club. Y también el de Huracán también.
Yeah. The players of both teams have some experiences exchanging Sano and Firo using Trocador for USDT, which is basically the gold standard here. And also, I don't kind of understand my own notes. ¿Qué más? ¿Sale era?
que iban a
entrevistas?
contar su experiencia de participación en Copa Monero, cómo vivieron los partidos, también entrenadores, entrevistaré al entrenador de Libertad, al capitán de Libertad.
Both
Todo eso.
coaches, the players, all gonna be interviewed.
Y después vamos
Fantastic.
a ir ya mostrando a entrevistando a los usuarios de Ibarreta
Ah, ahí ya me acordé.
que ofrecen servicios y demás ahí en Copa Monero Night Show, donde estarán comentando su listado en XM Rebasar.
Sí, and
Servicios que pueden venderse al exterior, obviamente.
Yeah. And they're gonna have like more interviews in the CopaMonero night show, which are with local owners of shops or services, just like the barber that cut your hair, Dag, in Ibarreta, which is also a player of one of the teams. I don't remember which one.
And these businesses have been listed, a lot of them on XMR Bazaar, by
yes,
the way,
and that
too.
was
Which is
that all of them had their business listed on XMR Bazaar, and some of them can also be purchased from abroad. So if there's something you want delivered from Ibarreta to your faraway town of Minsk or something, you can do it. Get some honey, some services, logo designs, stuff like that. So yeah, now we are seeing. That's where Ibarreta is.
There he is. Look,
That's
in
where
the
Ibarreta
middle of
is.
this tremendous continent, in the middle of it.
Don't think it's very close to Buenos Aires, so you will be surprised.
There's a Monero hospital. Look, we got things popping up elsewhere too. Oh, yeah, we have some.
Wait,
Yeah, the
el
supermarket
supermercado
is
de
gonna-
Ibarreta.
Yeah,
El supermercado de Ibarreta, incluso.
Yeah.
but here we go.
Creo que trataré de coincidir que sea el Día de la Madre para que venga Max desde La Plata y nos hable un poco también del supermercado en La Plata.
Okay.
Que no lo fuiste a visitar todavía.
He's gonna try to.
There's the barber.
Bueno, stop. Pablito, Pablo.
Wait, no. Déjame
Pablo.
contarlo, dale. He's gonna try for Maxi, who is the guy from the supermarket in La Plata. He's gonna try for the Monerocopa late night show to be at the same days of the Mother's Day here. So he travels back to Ibarreta and he can tell his experiences as accepting Monero outside of Ibarreta. La Plata city is very near to Buenos Aires city, the capital. Way more people living in La Plata and Buenos Aires than millions of people.
Here's the hotel in Ibarreta. That's where I stayed, and I obviously paid with Monero.
Duke, Pablito, el peluquero que recién de Barbershop, él fue jugador de Luis Cristal del equipo de Basic Swap y él sí tiene mucho para contar, por ejemplo, porque él estudia aquí en Ibarreta y juega en uno de los equipos que participó en Copa Monero, pero también empezó a trabajar en su localidad. Así que tenemos mucho para contar y es algo que yo no muestro, incluso porque no es que no tengo tiempo, sino que no me da para estar mostrando esto, mostrando otro, y mejor que lo cuenten los chicos mismos con su experiencia sobre cómo van ampliando esta red no solamente en Ibarreta, sino en pueblos aledaños del uso de cripto en general, ya no solo Monero, porque le van agarrando la mano.
Él no vive en Ibarreta, sino que vive en otro pueblo y
vive en Ibarreta porque estudia en Ibarreta. Estudia en Ibarreta, se está por recibir.
The barber that got your hair lives in Ibarreta because he's studying in Ibarreta, but he's also
juega en Luis Cristaldo.
Yes, plays for Luis Cristaldo, one of the teams.
The Basic Swap team.
He plays for Basic Swap. Okay.
Yes, plays for the Basic Swap team, and that's one of the things that he wants to show on the late night show. All they have their experiences told, because people like him, they're really trying to expand the network of businesses accepting Monero, outside of Ibarreta as well.
Guys, we got business listings popping up all over the place, guys. This is a good sign. Let me before I forget a thought though. So during Monerotopia, obviously we're going to stream the finals.
Para cerrar el programa,
Does
Luke,
Alessandro potentially on his end want to show the conference somewhere? I don't know, maybe even in the stadium, like a projector or something, so that people in the town can come watch for free, especially the Spanish talks. Maybe like a schedule known of when all the Spanish talks are going to be, and they can come and watch the Spanish, people from the community can come and watch the Spanish talks of Monerotopia live. Just an idea.
Lo que estaba diciéndote, Doug, es que ya que va a coincidir la final con Monerotopia, si en los días anteriores o el mismo día, pero antes, se podía organizar quizás un lugar donde la gente en Ibarreta pueda ver Monerotopia en vivo, obviamente gratis, ¿no? O sea,
sí,
las charlas y lo que sea, o sea, tener como la comunicación para el otro lado también, básicamente.
sí,
Sobre todo porque algunas charlas van a estar en español.
va a estar
Este,
Ernesto.
va a estar
Va a estar.
Ernesto. Ujú.
Y bueno, hablando de eso, ya pasando para la final, antes que nada, seguramente vamos a cerrar el Copa Monero Night Show comiendo unas pizzas pagadas en Monero con uno de los pizzeros de Duke o con uno de los chicos que venden comida rápida, que aceptan Monero.
They're gonna
Así
wrap
que,
up the show, the late night show, probably eating pizza that you know, the same pizza that you eat.
por eso
That you
es
ate.
importante,
Pay with Monero, of course.
Yes.
Ujú.
Respecto a la final, teniendo en cuenta eso, lo que dijo Duke, y que tendremos un fan fest en el Monerotopia Conference el 17 de noviembre,
Ujú.
vamos a tratar de darle la mejor experiencia en la final, porque vamos a tener muchas cosas en la final para mostrar. Por empezar, seguramente Escuelita Bitcoin o vos, Anhdres, van a estar llevando esto y se irán repartiendo por todos lados todos estos stickers de Copa Monero para regalarle al público allí en la conferencia.
Ujú.
Eso por un lado.
They're gonna try to make the best experience possible for people watching the finals at Monerotopia. He's like either me or Escuelita or Ernesto are gonna bring a lot of Monero Copa Monero stickers for attendees to the final match over there. They're gonna present
Va a ser muy...
a lot of content.
What is he, like I
besides the
said,
match.
what does he think of, like setting up a screen somewhere with a speaker where people can gather around to watch the Spanish talks from the Monero conference,
Vas a
Monerotopia
tener que
conference?
contestar. Te está preguntando qué te parece la idea de poner una pantalla en un lado con parlantes para que la gente en Ibarreta vea la Monerotopia.
Los primeros 2 días, sí, de una, no hay problema.
For sure.
Lo hacemos.
No,
Tenemos lugar.
fantastic. I mean, if you could do it in a way where they have a mic, they could even participate in the Q&A remotely if they wanted to.
Ujú. No, incluso si se te ocurre a una manera que puedan tener un micrófono o algo así, hasta podrían hacer preguntas remotas desde ahí hacia los speakers. Porque todas las charlas
That
al
would be
final
amazing.
tienen un momento de preguntas, así que si
Ok.
quieren armar eso, tenganlo en cuenta
Fantastic,
y lo
fantastic.
hacen.
Ok, esto por un lado. Segundo,
It's even more stuff.
yo estoy esperando que ese día, con la cantidad de público en el FanFest, estén todos apostando en Sigmanero, en la gran final, esté el equipo que esté, se esté apostando de manera peer-to-peer el Monero a gran escala, que Sigmanero tenga un alto uso ese día en la final.
He's
en
waiting
vivo
for
todos.
a big uptake in Sigmanero usage on the finals inside peer-to-peer.
Así que espero que el internet funcione bien allá en en Roma Verde.
He hopes that the internet connection works very well on Puerto Roma Verde because people at Monerotopia is gonna be betting a lot on Sigmanero in the finals.
Bueno,
I hope so. We'll be running Starlinks on our end as well, so
Yeah.
we're all relying on Elon.
Please bet responsibly. Yes.
Sí, vamos a hacer el disclaimer, apueste con responsabilidad.
Monerotopia is not responsible
Vamos,
for your
y
loss.
voy a mostrar un pequeño adelanto.
Only for grown-ups, yeah.
Vamos a mostrar un pequeño adelanto de lo que van a ver en la presentación de la final antes de que comience el partido, obviamente. ¿Puedo mostrarlo? Lo que van a ver
like an advance of what you're gonna see on the finals?
en el FanFest, allí en Monerotopia, van a ver esto.
¿Tienes un
A
video
ver
ahora
si
para
lo
mostrar?
puedo.
Sure. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes.
No, es un adelanto, un pequeño adelanto. Un pequeño adelanto, si lo pueden mostrar ahí, ya tengo la pantalla compartida.
I do want to mention the Kuno. Let me mention the Kuno real quick before we bring it. So obviously our goal was 90 Monero. We're at 33. I think 15 of that came from me already. For like 10 from we had originally put from our budget, and I put another 5. So guys, please donate if you can. This is all going towards helping. There's a lot of expenses that came with CopaMonero, and 90 XMR at the end of the day for all this isn't that much. And a third
Vamos a
of
llegar, vamos a
everything
aumentar
raised.
ese premio para los jugadores, para los
If we hit the 90 XMR goal, then the prize will be 40 Monero for the winning team. So really want to try to hit that goal so we can give the winning team 40 XMR. That would be a significant prize. So please donate to the Kuno, and it's all going directly towards helping Copa, helping with the budget. Right now, we're just funding it from our Monerotopia conference budget. So it's hard enough in the first place to kind of break even with the conference. We're okay, but with CopaMonero, it kind of brings us back down to break even. So we're hoping that people can chip in to the CopaMonero itself. Let's hit the 90 XMR number, and that will give us a 40 XMR prize for the winning team, that's a nice little Monero prize for the winning team. If we could hit that 90 XMR, they'll get 40 XMR, and the rest of that will go just towards the budget. So I just want to get the word out there on that once again. But go ahead, Alessandro.
Yo lo invito a la gente a que siga donando, que aumente el premio para quedar en la historia, para que este primer evento que probablemente se haga el próximo año, tal vez en otro país, en México, Colombia, con un nuevo Alessandro que salga a otro país y se anime a realizarlo, o por qué no en Estados Unidos también, que aumentar lo que sea lo máximo, que sea lo histórico, lo máximo que se pueda, y seguramente esto irá aumentando este cuno para el premio de CopaMonero, para el ganador, así que esperamos que sigan donando y que van a empezar a ver más fuerte en la semifinal, en el CopaMonero Night Show, y en la final, obviamente, todo lo que venimos realizando y lo que se viene haciendo a escondidas, que es la adopción real de todos los chicos que hace un año no conocían de cripto y hoy están vendiendo su servicio de diseño de logo en Monero, en XMR Bazar, chicos que trabajan en edición de videos, que están vendiendo su servicio, trabajan para youtubers y le pagan en cripto, y así, eso es algo loco que no hace un año era hasta impensado. Así que no sé si lo pueden compartir, lo que yo tengo en pantalla, Sunita, Duke, Anhdres.
What's he saying, Anhdres? Is
Internet
Anhdres
down.
frozen? Oh no, I think he's frozen.
Anhdres.
Shit. I think he's
Anhdres,
frozen.
Different internet problem.
Shit, I don't know what you said, bro.
¿Qué pasó con el internet?
Alessandro, do you want to show something?
Ok. A ver.
Okay.
Okay. And the show before the final, the game, and the dancing, typical cultural
Oh my God.
in Argentina. Esto es algo de lo que se va a observar en la final de final de CopaMonero Game. The show in event, the final. Yes.
Okay. This is going to be part of the show for the finals. They're going to have traditional dancing. That's amazing. That like the amount of effort that's going into this thing is just incredible. I don't know if you're going to understand me. Like cuántas personas will attend CopaMonero finals?
900.
Wow, that's amazing. That's incredible, guys. That's I hope everybody's there. I feel like CopaMonero, there's a lot of underappreciated things in Monero, right? A lot of things that are flying under the
And
radar.
the
I feel like
Sano,
Monero, man, is
Sano,
tremendous what you're
Sano
doing.
versus
Go
K.
ahead.
Sano versus K wallet is the public in 600.
Wow. So the Zano versus Cake game had 600 people.
Yes.
Yeah. So
And
the finals will probably, yeah, that's, oh, wow. So we might be approaching 1,000 attendees for the finals of the, and plus we'll be showing the conference. Anhdres, I don't know if you heard, but he's saying they're expecting 900 people for the finals, which is
Nice.
that's freaking awesome. That is
Nice.
me
amazing.
está diciendo que en el
I
partido de
didn't
Huracán
hear
Sano hubo
because-
I
600.
think that like
600.
all 900 of those people, guys, are going to leave knowing what Monero is. They're going to be immersed in Monero in one way or the other. There's going to be the Monero accepting concession stand. They're going to be asking, what is this? They're winning this Monero prize. What is Monero? Like, everybody there is going to learn about it. We're going to have the Monerotopia conference, the Spanish talks streaming there. They could go watch a talk. On Alessandro, I know you said you're going to be giving out like stickers and stuff. Maybe we could give out some kind of material, like pamphlet, where they can learn about what Monero is. I know, Anhdres, you were going to put something together. We had the English one. You were going to try to translate that into Spanish. We have a nice little simple pamphlet that explains Monero, and it's already done. Yeah, maybe we could print those up. If you want to express that to Alessandro real quick, that we could print those up. And they could hand that out to all the attendees.
No, que aparte de que para la gente que esté ahí en Ibarreta mirando Monerotopia, que te va a mandar ahí para imprimir folletos y panfletos en español explicando Monero sencillo para las personas, como una bienvenida para que entiendan.
Ok, me parece. Hay gente que me escribió que quiere venir a ver la final, así que del mundo cripto, así que
Okay, there are some people from the crypto spheres, crypto world, that has expressed some interest in attending the final match. Allá en Ibarreta.
Acá en Ibarreta, sí, para
el partido.
Ir en persona,
attending, going to Ibarreta to attend the final.
Who are these people?
Del mundo de la que conocí. Sí, es más, hay uno de la comunidad Monero que está muy interesado en venir, no sé si puedo decirlo.
There is someone from the Monero community that is very interested in attending. I don't know. He doesn't know if he can say.
Ian Nicolescu.
Ian Nicolescu is very interested.
I don't know who that is. Do you know who that is?
Él estaba interesado en venir para estas fechas, para la final de Copa Monero. Es más, le ofrecí si quería entregar las medallas, incluso, o sea, que tener un miembro de la comunidad sería espectacular. Lo invité, sí, a Lautaro Ferreiro, que lo conocí en la Blockchain Summit Latam allí en Colombia. No sé si lo conocerás.
¿Es de Colombia?
No, es de Argentina, También a Manu Ferrari lo invité y me dijo que está interesado, si la fecha le cierra, que puede venir que quería venir, sí, en realidad. Pero
Local crypto
si le dan los
from
tiempos.
Argentina that are well known have shown some interest in attending the final match. Going to Ibarreta.
Good. They should. I mean, this should. As I was trying to say before, it's like one of the most underrated things happening, I think, in all of crypto. We have a football tournament happening in a town that's organically adopting cryptocurrency.
I don't know if you translated that before, but what he was saying when I got offline, because I am the only one not having Starlink, it seems so. Is that he hopes that everything that they are doing with the CopaMonero and all that this time, that people donate to the prize. The prize is very important for the teams, and also he hopes to make like a kind of a record prize for this edition of the tournament. And he's hoping that next year, because this is not going to stop, that next year probably we have in CopaMonero, maybe even in another country, maybe in Mexico, maybe in Colombia, maybe in somewhere else, maybe even in the US, and some other Alessandro, that's what he said, like some other Alessandro is gonna pick up this torch and keep spreading the war. So let's show that it makes sense, basically, and there are prizes to win, and that the engagement is real, with real people that are not only in the crypto community. So
Exactly.
that's
Yeah,
what he was
100%. This
talking
is
about before.
it's up to us now, right? Alessandro's been out there trying to start the engine, kickstart it. He's been putting his all into this. The engine is now turned and running. It's up to us to put fuel in the tank. Put fuel in the tank. We can't just completely rely on Alessandro. What he did here is amazing. He's completely been verified. He's completely earned, he has all the trust in the world. I give to this guy. I've been working with him on this. He's in this for all the right reasons. He's going above and beyond, and in terms of what he's getting out of it in value, doesn't clearly match in terms of what he's putting into it. He's doing this from his heart. He's investing a lot of time and energy into it, and this is because he believes in the principles of what he's doing. He thinks it's going to help his community. He wants to grow Monero usage, but we need to now, as a global community, give him some support so we can keep this going. He can get across the finish line. It will be a major success, and then, like you're saying, hopefully then in years coming, when people see how successful the first one was, we can continue to grow this. We were talking about this with Bawdy. I mean, this could scale up pretty large, right? It's football. Football's, I think, probably arguably the most popular sport in the world with the most fans. So this can translate. This is something that we can bring in other places. Even if we stay down in South America for the next 10 years, I mean, it could grow tremendous, right? There's so many. We go to Brazil. We can continue in Argentina in different areas. And with it, we can bring Monero locally to people through a medium that they're already entertained by and interested in.
Do you know where the Argentina soccer team, like the soccer, football, the Argentina football, like national team, has the most support outside of Argentina itself?
Oh, for where it's from, where that support's coming from? You're saying?
No, where they have like most amount of fans outside of Argentina, the Argentina soccer.
I would say I don't know, US?
No, Bangladesh.
Bangladesh. Okay. A country with quite a few people.
Every time the Argentina soccer
really? That's
official
interesting.
team plays, you get like flags.
Bangladesh, Mundial 2022.
Millions of people in the street wearing Argentina flags in Bangladesh. They love it.
Why do they love Argentina? What's the connection there?
I really don't know.
Celebraron el Mundial más que nosotros.
Yes, the World Cup that we won, they were like parading on the streets, and you can look for videos or pictures. It's gonna be like amazing. ¿Vos sabés, Alessandro, por qué es que empezó la historia con Bangladesh? Que empezaron a...
No, vos sabés que no me acuerdo, pero sí lo había visto.
Pero,
sí,
pero
no, es increíble.
Historic reasons that up to this time, is like I even think that sometime like the past 2 years or something, for a while they tried to ban Argentinian flags because people have more Argentinian flags than Bangladesh.
Y creo que el fanatismo más por Messi ahora últimamente le hizo que se elevara.
With Messi got even worse. So...
No lo conté porque no lo subí. De camino a Colombia, yo fui por Chile, por Santiago de Chile, y me lo encontré a Juanfer Quintero. ¿Vos lo conocés, Andrés, que no?
No.
Juanfer Quintero es el jugador de River, un colombiano que le metió el gol a Boca en Madrid en la mítica final.
Okay. When he was coming back from Colombia,
uno de los máximos ídolos de River.
He has a stopover in Santiago de Chile, and he met a very well-known football player from here.
Jugador de la selección de Colombia, incluso.
Yeah.
Estuvo en la Copa América.
Colombian official team.
Me saqué una foto, le conté de CopaMonero y le regalé como 10 stickers.
Okay, he took a photo with him and told him about CopaMonero, gave him
he did?
Yes.
Juan Fernando Quintero, busquen Juan Fernando Quintero.
is the name of the player.
El número 10, el mejor jugador de Colombia.
All it
Bueno,
takes
después
is
James Rodríguez.
all it takes is like one of
He's-
those guys to start tweeting,
Yes,
you know,
he's the
send out a
best
tweet.
player of the Colombian national team.
Para acá tengo, a ver si
That's
puedo
awesome.
mostrarla. Para acá tengo la foto.
Let me ask you, is there anything else?
Yes, yes. We noticed that I look like Luke Smith, but I would say
This
that
is very
Luke
funny.
Smith looks like me.
Oh, Luke looks like you, not the other way around,
Yeah.
huh?
But we cross each other. I don't know. I don't remember if it was MoneroCon or
Probably
Monerotopia. The last
Monerotopia.
one,
The Monerotopia, yeah.
Monerotopia. We cross each other, and someone mentioned it, and I had my doppelganger moment. Like, the fuck.
Andrés, no sé si, bueno, vos justo se te quedó el internet, se te cortó, pero estuve mostrando un adelanto de lo que se va a ver en la final, previo al partido, una presentación de, como viste, presentación de la Copa antes que hay un evento artístico,
Sí.
donde se va a mostrar un resumen
Shakira.
de todo, tipo Shakira, sí, pero no Shakira, sino un resumen de la cultura, de toda la cultura local del norte argentino, chamamé, folclore, danza, de cómo, y de Ibarreta, de que acá lo más, Ibarreta, no sé si vos sabías, una de las sedes más importantes a nivel carnaval de Argentina. Debe ser top 5 de los más carnavalescos, porque acá tenemos estilo brasilero, carioca, los carnavales, ¿viste?
Y eso va a ser todo antes de la final, o sea,
un show de 6 minutos, un show de 6-7 minutos mostrando folclore, chamamé, carnavales.
They're gonna have before the final on that very day, like 7 minutes before the actual match, they're gonna have like a show, the pre-match show, not with Shakira, but with the local dancing, all the specialties of the north of Argentina, and also he was telling me that Ibarreta is one of the most important places in Argentina for the carnivals that we have in February. Remember that the seasons work the other way around for below the equator. And they have like a very well-known carnival because it's kind of like a mix with the Brazilian style of carnival, because of the place that they are. So it's very pretty. So if you tune in, you will be able to watch that as well.
That's amazing that they're organizing that. How did that even come to be? How is he getting these dancers involved and whatnot?
¿Cómo salió la organización de eso? ¿De cómo conseguiste a los bailarines y eso para la...?
Es una peña donde ellos preparan durante todo el año una coreo para mostrarlo en un solo día, que es el aniversario del pueblo. El aniversario del pueblo, como viste en Argentina, acá se celebra todos los pueblos. Y como se lo preparan tanto y después no tienen dónde mostrarlo, quiero que ellos estén en CopaMonero, que lo vea el exterior, el mundo, gente de todos lados, y más en el FanFest ahí en Monerotopia. Academia
sí,
dance.
It's a local costume that they have, that group of dancers prepare for the entire year with a special choreography and a special song for the town's anniversary parade, right? So since they prepare all year long with customs and all that, for that only time, they are very happy to have another extra opportunity to show what they've been preparing for this year. So that's where the organization for the dancers side comes from. They are the local. They train all year for the party, the festivities when they have the town's anniversary.
Amazing.
Yeah.
And they're going to be learning about Monero too.
Yep.
Is a thought before I forget? Is there anything that he thinks, or Anhdres, that you think that we should do to maybe try to capitalize on this before it ends with the finals to help get the word out in Argentina, so there's more eyes on it, bring some publicity? I don't know, try to get local news. I think Alessandro was a little apprehensive about doing things like that, but discuss that. I mean, is there anything, should we be promoting this more locally? I mean, I think this is something that people should have their eyes on. I know he said that some local crypto people are may attend, but do we want to do anything else to maybe get some eyes on this locally?
Lo que te estaba preguntando es si se te ocurre que hay algo más que ellos puedan hacer, o que vos puedas hacer, o que alguien pueda hacer al respecto de conseguir más personas viendo la final, más exposición para la Copa Monero, para locales básicamente, pero en Argentina, en Latinoamérica.
Sí, creo que...
Mencioné un momento que vos estabas un poco reticente de usar medios locales, como de tratar de aparecer en medios locales, porque a lo mejor la atención no era la que querías. Pero nada, te preguntas si tienes alguna idea extra o algo que quieras contar a la gente de que vendría bien hacer para conseguir que más gente se enterara de la Copa Monero.
necesitamos más interacción en lo que es Twitter. Instagram,
more
si bien
interactions. If people want to help, they need to interact more with the Twitter account, with the
en
Instagram account,
Instagram,
with the socials of the Copa itself.
en Instagram mucho
Okay.
lo ven los
But I'm
ibarreteños.
saying, should we try to get
ibarreteños.
like local media looking at this, like the newspaper from Formosa City writing about it? I mean,
Iremos
I
a
don't know,
Formosa a
anything.
presentar la Copa también,
They're
a
gonna go
Formosa
to the
capital.
capital, yes, to Formosa City, the capital city.
Ahí en la
of the
frontera
province.
donde estuvimos comiendo con Doug, llevaremos la copa y estaremos haciendo una transmisión también en Instagram.
They're gonna introduce. They're gonna present the Copa itself, the cup itself, at the capital city as well.
At the capital, yeah.
Yes, and they're gonna
Really?
broadcast.
Estuvimos comiendo, decirle, estuvimos almorzando.
You were eating. You were having lunch over there.
De frontera con Paraguay ahí.
On the frontier against Paraguay.
Yes. It's like a 2-hour drive from the town, so they're going to bring it there and have that's amazing. Okay.
Basically,
fantastic.
the biggest. He says that the biggest socials for them, for locals, is his Instagram. I mean, Instagram is way more used here. Instagram
Más que nada porque lo ven gente.
Than Twitter.
Oh, tell him maybe we want to do some Instagram ads. We could put a little budget towards that if he wants to run some ads locally that are just geared towards Formosa to let people know about the finals.
Vale. Dice Doug que si querés pueden arreglar para conseguir algunos fondos para hacer algunas usar ads de Instagram para los locales. Hacer publicidad en Instagram para conseguir más exposición localmente.
Okay. No, la idea es mía hacer un envío presentando la Copa en Formosa con un influencer de allá de Capital. Bueno, yo lo conocí a Mauro Albarracinque, ¿no?
Yo no conozco a nadie, Alessandro. Seguís diciéndome nombres, vivo adentro de un tupper. Sí.
Pero loco, este muestra todo lo que es el conurbano. Un día está en Francia, otro día en La Ferrer, otro día está, o sea, es con Lesa, se llama Lesa, boludo, muestra toda la realidad. Bueno, estuvo en Formosa. Y bueno, Lesa, él es Mauro Albarracín.
Y yo qué sé el nombre de Lesa, ok. Dale.
Bueno, él estuvo en Formosa y estuvo exponiendo a unos... Estuvo con unos influencers de Formosa. Y bueno, con esos influencers de Formosa, de Capital, quiero hacer una presentación que son conocidos míos contándoles... Van a hacer la presentación juntos, ¿viste? Allá en Formosa.
Okay.
La Copa.
Okay. One thing that he's arranging that I think is quite interesting for local exposure is that the presentation that they're gonna do about the coup at the capital city, the broadcast they're gonna do from there, they're gonna have the participation of one or two influencers from Formosa.
Oh,
they're quite famous, especially at least one of them that I know of. They have like big numbers.
Really?
So if he managed to pull that off, I think that the exposure, local wise, one of them is Lesa. Maybe someone knows them from YouTube.
Estuvo en Formosa hace poco, mirate el video, ¿eh?
They're from the Formosa region?
No, they're not from Formosa, as far as I know. But they're been in Formosa recently, and he showed them the video, and they're interested. So
amazing.
Cross your fingers. But if he gets those participants in the broadcast, that could mean big numbers for locals. Yes.
Amazing.
For Argentina.
Amazing.
It's an Argentinian wide. I don't know. Let me check. I can tell you now live if it's that guy.
We got to get these pamphlets printed. We got
Yes,
some
a
super
model
chats
I've
here.
seen.
Libertad tipped $4.97. Thank you, Andres, for the
One of
translation
those,
skills.
just for you to
and
have
all-
to have an idea, one of those guys has 700,000 followers in YouTube.
Holy shit!
Local influencer.
Me quedo sin
Fantastic.
batería.
We'll need crowd
Low
control,
battery,
and
low
this may be
battery.
one of those instances where too many people
No.
show up to an event.
No, his videos have around 100K, 100,000 views. That's the range of influencer that we're talking. But
Yeah,
it's a very
maybe-
well-known
all right,
guy
yeah.
here.
Maybe
So
we
very
could
well-known.
even, give him something to promote, in exchange.
Hola.
Libertad tipped $4.97 is thanking Andres for his translation skills and all the energy he puts
Oh,
into
un
the Monero
hincha de
community.
Libertad, un Libertad fan.
Thank you for the skills.
Thank
part.
you, thank you.
Yes.
I also want to bring up Alaska Anon's tip of $3.28. We have a long time horizon to be patient over, but Alaska Anon is no quitter. There absolutely will be a Monero ranch in Iberete. We have been working on this, guys, behind the scenes. Honestly, I don't know what the latest is. If we run into some roadblocks, but I'm sure Alaska can tell us more of where we're currently at. It'll become the vacation and retirement destination of Monero chats from all over the world. And by the way, metric system is gay. All right, yeah, Alaska, we'll have you up later, I'm sure, if you're around. You can tell us the latest with what's going on with the potential Monero ranch in Iberete.
Yeah, the other 98% of the world is gay. Yeah, tell me about it. Yeah, last canon.
All right, guys.
It's the best metric system. Okay.
For the sake of moving things along, I think we should move on here with the show.
Yep.
Very excited. So, guys, next week will be the semifinals. We will obviously air it live on the Monero Talk YouTube channel, on X and everything. Actually, no, does it stream live? No, it streams live on YouTube, unless we figure out how to use StreamYard, and then it'll be live on X as well. Please spread the word, and please consider donating to this Kuno. It goes a long way in helping us grow Monero adoption through the CopaMonero project. So greatly appreciate anybody that has and continues to provide funds for that, for all the things that we've been talking about today. Andres, man, thank you so much for jumping on, translating. Andres, you want to say anything about the Monerotopia Spanish portion of the conference before we close it out? Anything you could share with that?
No.
Just paint the picture. Okay. All right. At least he's honest.
No. I don't know how much have you said before, but we are making arrangement with Ernesto, with Escuelita Bitcoin. At least the two of us were gonna be giving talks. He's gonna be even doing workshops there. I will be helping with, and of course, anyone that is listening and wants to, maybe I should say it in Spanish, but anyone that is listening and is gonna attend Monerotopia, please just reach out to me. I'm gonna be there providing support for Monero usage and on all the stalls, all the little shops and vendors. So everything is running smoothly. So if you don't, this doesn't make any sense because I'm speaking in English. But for people that don't understand English and they need support, on the ground. With Monero, reach out to me. I will be there all day long, as well as Escuelita. He's making some, I don't know if I say, but he's doing some workshops with kids as well, which is I will have to say his specialty. And he have very awesome, a lot of practice with kids in Uruguay, in Paraguay, and also in Argentina. He's been in Ibarreta as well. He's looking with the local people, even with the indigenous group in Ibarreta, teaching them Bitcoin,
No le
Monero.
conté algo a Doug.
And we should try to get another Spanish speaker too, right? We're trying to do that.
Yes. We're gonna have more. We have more.
Andres?
Four more speakers. Some of them are about to still pending. I don't want to say the names because they haven't confirmed.
Okay.
Some locals and some from abroad. But
Fantastic.
yes, we are organizing, and we have the schedule, and to see what are the actual dates and times for the talks. But yeah, it's coming along. I mean, part of the whole Monerotopia experience is also, since you are in Mexico, to have Mexicans there, or to have things that everybody can understand. So it doesn't feel like a American embassy somehow in Puerto Roma.
Not even feel, right? We want to be as productive as possible. We want to
Yeah.
get as many people as possible to learn about Monero. So to be
Yeah.
sitting in one of the most populated cities in the world and not be putting out information in their
sure.
native language
For sure.
would be
And
a
if you're
silly
listening
thing.
to this, and you live in Mexico, please reach out to me or to Escuelita. My alias everywhere is the same as here. Is
Andres.
Andres with an H in between. So reach out if you want to attend. If you have some ideas of a special speaker that maybe is from Mexico City and we don't know about all the themes that Monerotopia covers, their economics, libertarianism, freedom, technology in general, and of course Monero and cryptocurrency. Please reach out to us or to Doug, and we will get in contact with you. But also, if you have some local community that you think could benefit from attending the conference itself, or local school, we can get you in touch with Ernesto. So we have maybe more than 2 classes for the kids as well. It's amazing. If you've never seen, sadly, most of the content that he puts out is in Spanish. But if you could understand the classes and the feedback he gets from kids about the history of money and how emission works and how decentralization and who gets the permission to use your money or not, he's very talented doing that, and it's quite a pleasure to see him working.
Yeah, and I mean that translates beyond just kids, right? Anybody who's never thought about these ideas before at all, it's like the perfect 101, right? Teach it to me like I'm 5. Yeah.
Andrés.
Yes. ¿Qué, Alessandro? Están
Me
cerrando. Dale.
escribió,
Están levantando las sillas arriba de las mesas en el bar. Dale.
Ya está cerrando. Me escribió un chico que tiene una carbonería que hablaba con Duke, que le quiere mandar un regalo, una bolsita de carbón vegetal producido por él en su campo a Duke. Así que probablemente se lo mande con Ernesto, pero no le iba a mandar el carbón, quería el carbón, mandarle el carbón. Carbón formoseño. Así que seguramente le van a mandar.
There is one guy that you met here that makes coal. You know, coal?
No sé, sí, carbón para asado, para hacer la carne.
For the barbecue, yeah, for the asado.
Yes.
Maybe you know who he's talking about. And he wants to send some coal as a present for you, Doug. So maybe
I'm totally down for that. How much is the shipping though?
Wait, coal?
I don't know.
No
charcoal for the barbecue.
Way more than the coal, probably. But no, I think they are making arrangement with Ernesto, so they bring the coal to you in Mexico.
Really?
So I don't know.
All right. I don't know how I'm gonna bring that back.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't know.
Well, maybe we could use it there at Monerotopia for the barbecue itself, because I don't know if we're traveling home with that.
Probably. But yes,
Sunita's gonna love that one.
Formosa to it's the
well, it's part of the well, we did say you can buy your Christmas presents at the market. So for those who are naughty and not nice, you can bring them home. Some coal will be available for sale in Monerotopia.
Es un chico que había
What is
conseguido y me
this?
escribió.
I can imagine already TSA. What is this? No, you don't understand. Let me tell you the story. This some guy. Do you have an hour?
No flammable materials.
Yes.
It's
you
only
bringing this on board.
Así que hay un poco de carbón allí para
a little bit of coal for you. Yes, it's gonna reach you, even if it's just symbolic. Just like that.
If they can figure out how to ship it to the US, I'm down.
Yes,
no, creo que puede hacer un asado.
I hope it doesn't get to, I don't know, how to heat the coal on some body orifices of people, but yes, we'll see what we can do.
It will turn into a diamond.
Yes,
by the time it arrives.
It's a diamond in the rough. Yes, in potential. They're gonna find a way to tax that for sure.
God.
Yes.
All right. guys, we got to move on. We got to move on. Alessandro, is anything else he wants to say? Anything other than that?
Don't say that. Don't say that.
Okay. All right. We're gonna end it. We're gonna end it here. We're coming on 2 hours and 40 minutes. Thank you guys so much. Stick around if you'd like. We're gonna move on to the news, and they'll bring viewers up on stage. Thanks, guys. Greatly appreciate it. Very excited about CopaMonero.
Thanks, Joe.
Cheers.
Goodbye.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Adios.
Goodbye.
Ciao.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Alessandro. Amazing job, man. Amazing. All right.
Alrighty. Moving on.
A lot of things going on, man. A lot of things going on
news.
here on this silly little show we do every
This
Saturday.
silly little show.
Get 200 live views. Let's jump to news because I'm gonna soon have to go kind of dark over here in another minute or two. I'll be listening in, but won't be able to participate.
He's going over his carbon limit for his electricity usage. So
Yes, I'm in New York, guys. All right, shall we do the news? Jump the news?
Yeah, let's do it.
The Monerotopia Weekly News segment is sponsored by WizardSwap.io, a non-custodial cryptocurrency exchange.
You can
right,
use
guys.
Tor to access Wizard Swap, by the way.
You can. Wizard Swap.
You
W's
can.
in the chat for Wizard Swap. Love Wizard Swap. They're the best. All right. So Tony could not make it, so I'm going to be running the news. So forgive me. for a
Oh, shit,
second. I'm gonna
okay.
bring up these links.
Thank you so much, Tux.
All right. So first up, which is what was discussed a little bit earlier, was that Kraken is delisting XMR within Europe. Very bad news today from Kraken. I guess P2P is the only way to go from now on. We'll install Havino ASAP and try it out. Yeah, Kraken had an announcement that October 31st, they'll be halting trading and deposits of all XMR pairs, and it looks like you'll have until December to withdraw that from the Kraken platform. So we'll see how this goes. I'm expecting it to go a lot better than Binance did, and not be like a fake sell-off like what happened with Binance. They listed Monero in Europe, but we'll see what happens with that. Hopefully it doesn't cause too much of an issue. Next up, IRS is cracking down hard next year. The IRS can trace Bitcoin mixer transactions. Many will get big tax bills soon. Do you really think privacy run won't happen? I'm not sure exactly what I am looking at here. I think this is some sort of search result of somebody looking up IRS traced Bitcoin mixer transactions. So this is slightly low quality, but if I can find this, if someone has this actual article of whatever is being pulled from here, please link that and I'll go ahead and show that. That would be interesting to know if the IRS is now I mean, it's unsurprising. Like Bitcoin mixing is not as strong as Monero, just using something like Monero as Zcash, but that'd be interesting to know if they are easily tracing mixed transactions. Chainanalysis CEO, AI agents could be policing all crypto TXs within 5 years. And here we have an actual article from Cointelegraph. Chainanalysis CEO Michael Groninger believes it's not much further away before governments use AI agents to catch on-chain crypto wrongdoers. Government prosecutors and taxation authorities will use artificial intelligence to scan the blockchain and solve crime within the next 5 years, according to the CEO of Chainanalysis. It's not much further away, said Chainanalysis CEO Michael Groninger, when Cointelegraph asked whether generative AI agents could sift through the blockchain for governments within 3 to 5 years. And some years from now, crypto would be more or less the only way you would want to solve crime because it's far more scalable. It's far easier. It's far transparent. It's very transparent. You can do it internationally, and you can see a lot more insights. So this is just speaking to how Bitcoin is like a haven for it's like gold for these intelligence agencies and anybody trying to sniff out people's transaction data. It makes it so much easier. You don't have to go through all this legal framework of, doing subpoenas or getting approval or whatever. You can just look at it. It's public, right? And internationally, you don't have to be necessarily involved with other governments because it's public. It's there. You don't have to do anything, right? You don't have to try to subpoena some foreign bank or whatever to get transaction details from someone's account. It's all there. So AI will definitely make this easier in the future, warranting the further use of privacy coins. It's good to see that Monero is going to get ahead of the curve in the coming year to help reduce this possibility even further. But even using Monero right now is still infinitely better than using Bitcoin. Just pulling up the next one here. Hopefully it'll load and not give me any issues. All right, we have a tweet about Donald Trump's on crypto. Monero Maverick says, "This is a rug. He's going to crash it, then regulate crypto to the ground. Who can survive?" So this is Donald Trump's tweet. I think this is from like 2016. This is from quite a long time ago. He used this is the opinion he used to hold, and it might still be his actual opinion now. Who knows? He says, "I am not a fan of Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies, which are not money and whose value is highly volatile and based on thin air. Unregulated crypto assets can facilitate unlawful behavior, including drug trade and other illegal activity." And you compare that to now, where he said, "I promise to make America great again. This time with crypto. Outworld Liberty FI is planning to help make America the crypto capital of the world. The whitelist for eligible persons is officially open. This is your chance to be part of the historic moment. Join blah, 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 whatever, worldlibertyfinancial.com. I think it's just he's forced to get on this for the voter base because people care about this a lot more than they did before. I don't know if he actually... I would tend to agree that he probably doesn't care about Bitcoin or crypto that much. It's more of just a ploy to appease to the voter base, which he has to do because it's such a big thing now. He's going to crash it and regulate crypto to the ground. I don't know. We'll see how that plays out. He said some good things about crypto in terms of having the right to self-custody and basically touching the market less. But if you go and look back at previous things he said, like this, doesn't paint a pretty picture for sure. So we'll see how much of this is actually truth, how much of it's just, blatant lies. We'll see how that plays out, of course. And moving on, we've got this another Reddit post here. Monero is about the scariest coin out there today. If you look at Torn, I don't even know what Torn is. It was at 40 before the government outlawed it, now at $2.50. Anyone's wallet interacting with it will be prosecuted. What if they do the same to XMR? It could go to 20. Another thing, I keep hearing how someone has cracked the code to see transactions in XMR. Yeah, this is more of a question, which I believe this has probably been challenged in the comments here. Here's a comment by Monero Bull responding to this. Monero dipped to 97 euros when it was listed for Binance, now at 138. Monero uses quite basic cryptography. What you hear about is people who get busted despite using Monero. What those articles, as people that have mentioned, is how exactly the bust actually happened, and it's never going through tracing Monero directly. Bitfinex hacked, they used Monero, but also used Bitcoin tied to KYC sexes to get them busted. Nordic Healthcare Hacker used Monero, but also upload his entire home directory. In case you guys don't remember that one, he uploaded his entire home directory, which included personal info, to the leak dumps on the dark web, which is very hilarious. Incognito Market Sparrow, while signed in, Googled about what to do when your server is offline while the feds were currently in the middle of copying the server's data, which is why it was down. Yeah, this is the case with all these. This is the same thing with all these cases of people getting arrested that has some relation to Monero, but it's almost never it's never through tracing Monero directly. It's always through something external. And there's things that Monero can be improved on, of course. But the whole point being is that, well, none of these people were actually found directly through tracing Monero. It was something entirely external, not even related to it most of the time. So, yeah, that being said, just be smart, and also be smart with how you use your Monero, but don't do stupid stuff like upload your home directory to a darknet dump. Yeah. All right, coming up next, we've got Fluffy on the Monero delisting from Kraken. So this is a tweet here from Fluffy Pony. Kraken delisting Monero in Europe just goes to prove what we already know. Chainalysis simply can't squeeze enough information out of Monero's privacy to be meaningful. Otherwise, regulators will want Monero to stay listed as a honeypot. This is an interesting take. And I think there's probably some truth to it. At this point, it's clear that Monero is not compromised, hasn't been compromised. And as we've seen with the recent Chainalysis video leaks, is that they really can't trace, they really can't do much to trace it. So the only thing left to do is to deter as many people from finding out about it. So removing it from all these main centralized exchanges. I doubt they're going to do much to get in the way of people who are already using it, but what they can do is try to prevent people from finding out about it or seeing that it exists. So removing it from these exchanges is, one of the ways that people learn about crypto is just, seeing what's available on Kraken or Binance. And that's going to prevent people from being able to buy a ton at one time. So if Kraken is one of the last places that will major centralized exchanges that sells Monero, let you buy and trade with Monero. So that'll definitely be a blow to the ability to quickly accumulate a lot of Monero. Like you want to just buy 20 grand of Monero like that. You can do that on Kraken. Now you can't really do that on, let's say maybe Trade Ogre. Like the liquidity on something like Trade Ogre is probably too little to acquire a ton of XMR like that. You could still use Trade Ogre, but you can't buy it directly for fiat. You have to use another currency anyway. You'll still be able to swap to XMR on a lot of swap services that exist. You'll be able to do that with the Cake Wallet still. So what a lot of people do is buy Bitcoin or Litecoin, then swap to XMR. You can still do that, but you won't be able to buy XMR directly. And that is for European customers. You can still buy XMR via Kraken in the United States if you want to, for the future until they inevitably delist it as well. So this one is quite unfortunate. This is very sad. Rhino Wallet is shutting down. So they are closing at the end of October. See if this page will actually load here. Doesn't seem to want to. Come on. Okay, my internet's being stupid. Give me 2 seconds, guys. Or maybe it's Reddit. Maybe Reddit's down. It's very slow. All right, forget this. I'm going to use my... I'm going to use my own Reddit proxy. All right. So here's the post from Rhino Wallet. Rhino Wallet closing down end of October. Hello, everyone. It is with a heavy heart that we announce the upcoming winding down of Rhino. A few years ago, we realized Monero was missing critical bits of professional tooling for teams, be it companies, NGOs, or fluid groups of individuals. One missing tool we identified was a wallet software that allows multiple users to deal with shared funds in a secure way. Professional principles such as splitting roles among transaction preparers and approvers Hierarchical transaction limits within an organization, etc., were not just available for every other large blockchain project, they were the de facto standard used in the industry. And so we embarked on a mission to offer similar tooling for Monero, aiming to boost its adoption by the industry at large. Oh, sorry, I didn't share the screen. There we go. This was and remains a worthy and exciting goal, especially as the Monero project is too often delisted or unsupported, often out of regulatory concerns, but also because the usual tools expected by the industry were so largely absent. While we attempted to monetize the platform via paying businesses, we've also always offered the free version of Rhino so the community benefit from its features. It was not just the main Rhino wallet product. Many of you will remember using our community tools over the years, such as nodes, explorers, faucets, Docker images, etc. We are very proud of this and grateful to all community members for the nice words over the years. Ultimately, though, our attempts to monetize the product never bore fruit to a point where the product could sustain itself. And at some point, we have to cut our losses. As a consequence, we decide to discontinue the Rhino product. We will shut down the platform on October 31st, 2024. If you want to withdraw your funds via the Rhino platform, please do so until that date. After that date, you will have to use your recovery document, allowing you to access your funds locally. Long live Monero, and big thank you to everyone who supported us. We hope to build more cool things with the Monero team in the future. That is very sad, very unfortunate. I actually use Rhino wallet internally at Cake for a couple things. And the platform, it is nice. It's a nice, like, business-oriented Monero wallet platform. So very sad to see this is shutting down. I honestly wish they would have raised their pricing model instead of shutting down, because this is actually kind of it's a useful tool, and if you're a business who has a lot of like money flowing through it, then you can afford to pay for the platform, no problem. So this is unfortunate, sad to see. I hope this is able to be picked up at some point, and I hope they will open source the server code. So at the very least, if somebody wants to, they can self-host their own Rhino wallet instance to use for themselves personally. Very unfortunate. Thank you, Rhino wallet, for making a cool product. I hope it comes back at some point in the future. That would be cool to see. All right, moving on. Sorry, just looking at all the links we have here. All right, next up we have an article from Decrypt. Why Tornado Cash co-founder Roman Storm's free speech defense was rejected in court. A U.S. district judge ruled that the First Amendment didn't warrant tossing charges around sanctioned Ethereum coin mixer Tornado Cash. Code is protected speech? Not so fast. A U.S. district judge ruled last week in the high-profile case around Ethereum coin mixer Tornado Cash. Judge Catherine Polk Fila rejected developer Roman Storm's motion to dismiss his case in the Southern District of New York last Thursday, over a year after the Tornado Cash co-founder was arrested on money laundering charges. Fila ruled that his case could proceed to trial. While Filas found the Storm had been adequately charged, Storm argued in his motion to dismiss that his charges infringe on his First Amendment rights. He stated it has been well established that computer code, such as coin mixing service, is protected speech. The prosecution represents an unprecedented attempt to criminalize the development of software, Storm argued in his shot-down motion, adding that the protections of the First Amendment apply to computer code and computer programs constructed from code. While the United States sanctioned Tornado Cash on August 2022, banning the tool for masking Ethereum transactions and thus making them more difficult to track, the decision was decried by privacy advocates like Edward Snowden. The whistleblower warned the move was deeply illiberal and profoundly authoritarian. The government has underscored Tornado Cash's use by state-sponsored hackers as a threat, while crypto advocates have rallied around Storm's cause. However, Fila's ruling for industry-wide concerns boiled down to the statutes under which Storm was charged. These laws do not target protected expressive conduct. Fila said of the laws Storm allegedly violated in launching a material Tornado Cash, they punish money laundering, the operation of unlicensed money transmitting missions, and sanctions evasion. So that kind of flies in the face of what Tornado Cash actually is, and clearly they don't understand like how this works, and the fact that anyone can use Tornado Cash, and they don't need him, they don't need this guy to run this service for them. Pretty insane. Hopefully, as this case goes on, it'll be more and more. It'll point more to the fact that it really is just a guy who is developing a software that anyone can use, and it is just code. So hopefully, as this case continues, because unfortunately it was not dismissed, it is continuing, the First Amendment will protect it, but we'll see what happens. They're going to push on it as hard as they can. Of course, even if they know it's a violation of the First Amendment, the prosecution will definitely push on this. All right, next up. Damn, I'm having a hard time loading some pages right now, guys. Let's try again. To the stream here. All right. So next up we have Monero. This is from Doug. Monerotopia.com meme contest. Help spread the word on the world's greatest digital cash conference and win XMR. Reply to this post with your best Monerotopia.com conference related meme. Like this post and retweet it. For extra points, include projects like Cake Wallet, Bitmain, Monero, Xano, DarkFi, Furo, Pirate Chain, Trocador, Wownero, Exolix, and SquadSwap. Tag 3 friends for a chance to win. First prize is getting 1 whole XMR. Second prize is getting 0.75 XMR. And the third is getting 0.25 XMR. And this contest ends on October 12th at 11 a.m. EST, and winners will be judged/announced on that Saturday morning's Monerotopia live show. So this contest ends next week, right before Monerotopia show. So go ahead, and if you want to join this contest, create your meme. And I'm not sure how it'll be judged. We might just have a few. I think a couple of us on the stream will judge. And I'm sure the more likes one gets, that could potentially play into the role of which one is favorite or best picked. But we got a few here. We got a few already, which you can go onto this post and look at the existing ones and upvote them if you like them. And we will review and judge all of these on next week's show. So get on this if you want to join the contest. All right, next up, we've got a tweet from Lil Elites. This is a pretty badass new bill for financial privacy. It removes SARS and CTR filing requirements, makes financial information only accessible via a search warrant, specifically introduces Fourth Amendment protections, bans the creation of central databases holding personally identifiable information without the establishment of a dedicated law granting a U.S. agency such right, bans the U.S. government from creating CBDCs, and introduces criminal penalties for any U.S. official violating your financial privacy rights. So this is a bill to reform financial privacy that looks like it adds some protections to Americans' financial privacy. And hopefully that's all it is and doesn't have any other crap in it. But I guess the Elites was taking a look at the actual bill and found some decent information inside of it that shows some good things. So this would be interesting to follow and seeing where this goes. Oh, the saving
Lola Leitz will be a speaker at Monerotopia, by the way, remotely, but a speaker nonetheless. And she is doing some. They're doing some amazing work in researching and following from a legal perspective what's going on in the privacy tech area. Following the Tornado Cash trial very closely. Samurai always has the best takes.
Awesome. So yeah, definitely follow this follow this for sure if you want to see what happens with the Saving Privacy Act. And Low Elites will probably be reporting on that more. It's very cool to see. Moving on. Got a tweet by Peter Van Valkenburg. Another 250 million in illicit transactions facilitated by the financial messaging system SWIFT. They are not under any legal obligation to do KYC AML for these transactions, despite having full control over who can and cannot send messages on their network. And we have a, let's see if I can actually load this page without it blocking me. All right, maybe it actually oh, no, okay, all right. Wall Street. Walcuck Journal. Babyinarchive.org will do me right. Our Wayback Machine. So I can look at this briefly. Just restart Network Manager. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I don't think flushing my DNS is going to change anything. Oh, well, I guess this recorded copy of this article is also blocked, hilariously enough. Oh, well, can't really look at this. Point being that there's incredibly more amounts of financial fraud and criminality that happens on controlled and traditional financial systems compared to crypto. So I think that's the point being made here. And we got a couple more links here. Tweet from Monero Talk. Hi, Monero fam. Douglas Tuman is heading down to Mexico City to do Monerotopia 24 Recon. Join Doug and some Monero peeps for coffee and snacks Monero meetup. When Sunday, October 13th at 11 a.m. at the Cardinal Casa de Cafe on this specific address right here. And there's a maps link. Comment here or DM to RSVP. So if you want to meet up with Doug while he's in Mexico City doing some preparation for Monerotopia next month, you can join him here. And I think I have a couple more, which I will find myself. Give me 1 second, guys. So I'm getting a couple of these boots on the ground videos of people who are helping from the aftermath of the hurricane. So here's one in particular right here. Here's a guy that is doing his own SAR, and he has something to say about his own experience with what he's dealing with.
My name's Jonathan Howard. I'm a member of the Florida State Guard Special Missions Unit, and I'm also up here with Aerial Recovery, a nonprofit. I came up here on Sunday with Aerial Recovery before we even got activated. We flew up here, and then we got activated, which is great. I have my team up here working as well. Here's the problem. I'm going to tell you everything that's happening from the ground what I'm actually seeing, because what they're telling you is complete bullshit on the news, and these politicians don't have a fucking clue, and they're lying. And I'll say this now, and I'll say it at the end of the video. The only thing I need from this video is helicopters. If I have helicopters, I can save lives. Without helicopters, I can't reach these people. It doesn't matter how many chainsaws and trucks I got, I can't get to them. They're 10 miles in, 20 miles, 40 miles in the mountains. There's no way to get with them or even communicate with them. I am literally flying around in a civilian helicopter looking for SOS messages carved in the mud or painted on the ground, and we're dropping down and saving them. What got me fired up about this was yesterday, me and my team did the rescue of that 11-day-old baby. And all these government officials and social media, they're showing that video, that pictures and video of that rescue, and claiming that like they have some like government helped with that. And I mean, even USA, I think it was USA Today, wrote an article about it saying it was a Florida National Guard that went and got it, like with a helicopter. No, it was me, my buddy Charlie, and a civilian named Zeb with his own personal helicopter out of Wilmington, North Carolina. Like without that civilian, that baby would be dead. And the old lady we went and rescued after that, she'd be dead too, because she had 1 day left of oxygen. No one was going to go get them. I will tell you, when we go up in the air, I probably see 40 civilian helicopters. And I might see 2 Blackhawks, National Guard, military, whatever they are. That's it. No one's out there doing rescues. I have my entire team up here from Florida right now, and they have no ability to go rescue these people other than what they can drive to. And the people that are in dire need, they're out in the mountains. They are completely cut off. Now, I will say, I spoke to my congresswoman down in Florida, and she's a badass, and she made a bunch of phone calls, and now we got 2 contracted 60s coming up here tomorrow, which is great. I love that, but like, I still don't understand why we don't have more helicopters. Like, we'll get a lot of work done with that, but there's no military. There's no one's doing nothing. It blows my mind. And they're not even allowing people to see what's really going on. One of our friends yesterday, they were actually escorting CNN down at Lake Lure, and they wouldn't even let CNN, the sheriff department would not let them go videotape the bad areas, how destructive it is. I don't know why they don't want to show you all that, but I mean, it is bad. I should also say, when I flew here on Sunday, they actually stopped us from going in, the sheriff department. And it was because of a bunch of politics that they were claiming was a Speaker of the House of North Carolina that was preventing us from even going in and trying to kick us out, which I have clarified today with North Carolina politicians that reached out to me, good on them. And they were like, that's complete bullshit. Speaker of the House has nothing. He wants you guys there. But this is the kind of political BS that is happening here right now. Like, everyone's trying to be in charge without taking any type of action. Nobody wants to coordinate with anybody. Everybody wants to pretend like they're being the hero while these people are literally fucking dying in the mountains. And these people, like I'm saying, these people are limited medication. They're running out of oxygen, and there's no one going to get them. The most effective way I have found to go find these people is by getting in a helicopter and flying down the rivers and roads and looking for SOS messages or people waving us down. And then we drop down and get them. We have all these people here. We have law enforcement. We have State Guard, National Guard. They have no way to go get these people. Yesterday, when I was at the Asheville airport refueling, which, by the way, a civilian is paying all this out of his own pocket. He's not even looking for a reimbursement. I think we did 4 refuelings yesterday. And that was like just in half a day's work. We're in Asheville, and I saw 2 Air Force helicopter 60s. And I knew they were PJs, just looking at them. And I went up to them, like, hey, guys, like, what are y'all doing? And like, this is what you need to be doing. This is how I'm finding people. And they're like, we can't go. We're waiting on Title 10 orders. And I'm like, what? They can't get any authority. There's military helicopters all over here sitting on the ground, and they can't do nothing. Even my JSOC boys in Fayetteville, they can't get orders to come out here. It is just the most disgusting thing, and they're killing these people. And I don't know why they're doing it. I don't know what kind of conspiracy. I've heard so many things, whatever you want to come up with, but they are literally allowing these people to fucking die in the mountains right now because we can't get helicopters. They got money for everything else in the fucking world right now, but if they could just get us helicopters, we could fly out there and rescue these people. So I hope this video goes viral. I hope these politicians get fired. I hope people get pissed off. They'll probably kick me out of the state of North Carolina for doing this, but you know what? I don't care, because if I can save one more life for it, it's fucking worth it to me.
Crazy. Really does beg the question why there's not a greater government response when there's literally people that are stranded in their own house with no electricity, no food, no running water, no drinkable water, and they're just essentially being left there to die, while civilians are the ones having to actually go out and save people. And some of them are being threatened for doing so. Like, here's one more instance of a pilot, a helicopter pilot from South Carolina, who this guy was actually threatened under arrest.
Low cloud coverage is Lake Lure.
The cries for help from people stranded without food, water, or electricity hit social media soon after the flooding last Friday.
But my parents are stuck there. Their address is Banner Elk. They are in the first condo. If you receive this, please give me a call back. Thank you.
Sidham's phone started lighting up on Saturday with people begging for help.
I mean, I could hear the desperation in her voice. This is multiple phone calls I've received like this, voicemails, text messages, and you could hear people desperate for help.
Sidham and his son rescued 4 people on Saturday and spent the night in a nearby pilot's lounge, then decided to fly again Sunday morning.
I spoke with my son, which is my co-pilot. I said, hey, do you want to go back out and try to help today? And his response was, there's so many messages, I don't think we can't not go help.
Sidham and his son were headed up to Black Mountain. Flight tracking shows no flight restrictions in place Saturday or Sunday morning when Sidham flew through the Lake Lure Gap. But that was all about to change. The Sidham spotted an older couple waving for help, then landed in what's left of their driveway.
Hey, I want you to let me get in. You step out and go out, help her in, put her bag in the back, get her strapped in. I'm going to take her down, come back. I'll take him, I'll come back, and then I'll get you, okay?
I originally left my son, co-pilot, on the side of the mountain. It was kind of unstable, so I didn't want to put more weight in the helicopter to lift back off. So I left my son with the other victim, and I was just going to take one person down at the time. And you could hear me in the video talking through with the victims and with my son what we're going to do.
3 minutes away, Sidham spotted a group of rescuers just down the river. He landed and found someone in charge.
Told him my background experience, law enforcement, firefighting, pilot. He immediately started helping with coordination. He gave me radio frequencies to coordinate with them on, set up a landing area for me to come back with the other victim. And in the middle of the whole conversation and then blocking the road off, I was greeted by the, at that time I didn't know, but Lake Lure fire chief or assistant chief maybe, and he shut down the whole operation. So at that point I felt like the conversation wasn't going any further. And again, he asked me to leave, and I said, hey, I have no problem getting out of your area. If that's what you want us to do, we'll leave, no issue. At that point, I asked him, what was the reason I had to leave them there? And he said, again, you're interfering with my operation. I just need you to get out of the area. I said, sir, I don't know where you were trained at, but I know how my training is, and I'm not going to leave personnel behind. I'm going back to get my co-pilot. He said, if you turn around and go back up the mountain, you're going to be arrested. I said, well, sir, I'm going back to get my co-pilot. I don't know what to tell you. And he said, I'm letting you know. And at that point, he waved for 2 law enforcement officers to come over and told me that again, if I go back up the mountain, I would be arrested.
He flew the 3-minute trip back, picked up his son, and left the woman's husband behind.
Sure, he was flooded with emotions and trying to rescue other people. And I just felt that it was best at the time to leave. So I did follow his instructions, and I had a conversation with the female victim before I left, apologized and explained, and she was standing there. She heard the whole conversation, and they were both very, very surprised, very upset. The husband, as I was leaving off of the side of the mountain, at that point, separated from his wife. He was upset. I can only imagine.
Sidham and his nearly 1,400 flight hours turned his chopper around and headed back to South Carolina, passing people waving for help along the way.
As I was actually leaving to go back to get my son, the original chief or captain that I spoke to, his crew and himself, they came back over and said, hey, man, we can't tell you to go get the victim. We can't even ask you to go get the victim, but we can tell you if you come back with the victim, we'll have you a designated landing spot, and they won't. We'll make sure they don't come over here.
So there was no flight restriction when you went in?
No flight restriction when I went in. It went in place 20 or 30 minutes after the confrontation with Mr.
Crazy, insane. How dare you go and save people? You're stealing our job. That's our job. You can't save people. Only we can. Absolutely insane. I think that's all the news. Got a couple super chats here. Neil is tipped $1.23. Make no mistake, those in power do everything to stay in power. Money is one of the main ways by which you stay in power. To use Monero is to give the power of money back to the individual. Decentralize, anonymize, and defeat surveillance. True that. And FD tipped $1. Question for Tux. Does Cake have now or plans to have an enterprise wallet? One that has an API that can interact with podcasting 2.0 apps like Fountain. We definitely didn't have any plans, but in the wake of the news of Rhino Wallet shutting down, this is definitely something that will come up as consideration of something we could pursue, as it is a niche, but I mean, Rhino Wallet did feel like an important niche that people used it. I mean, I know I used it. I know a couple other people used Rhino Wallet, a couple other businesses. So it is unfortunate. But yeah, this is definitely a conversation that'll come up. Yeah, and I think that's it for the news. Hopefully I didn't miss anything. Hopefully I got everything. Crazy, insane week. But I guess with that being said, we could go ahead and move into the viewers on stage.
It's the Viewers on Stage segment. It's that time where we invite you, the viewers, up on stage to comment on anything you've heard so far today, ask the guest a question, or maybe talk about one of the news topics. Come on down.
I think Doug is AFK, but we have a few people up here. We've got Alaskanon, Elias, we've got Dolphin, and we've got Body.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, Alaskanon. Glad to see you here.
Hi.
Hello, Elias.
I wonder if you could make it like a round table on the screen instead of like a.
You know, I actually let's see here. I can actually play around with this. Well, maybe not as much as I was hoping I could.
That would be pretty hilarious, though, if we could just like get close-ups of faces or like logos and just have like a circle on the screen. Play the videos in the middle, you know. Somebody's got to have some kind of UI overlay or whatever. You know, it's true.
Well, StreamYard lets me play it with the layout a little bit, but I don't think it's going to let me do something that custom. Right now, I'm trying to.
As kind of, I don't know if everybody's gonna find this as funny as I do, but I play a lot of Baldur's Gate 3 with my wife. That's like kind of what we do, like after the kids go to bed or whatever. And I was looking for mods, and of course, like all of the mods are all just like reskins. Like you have to page through page upon. It's like furry reskins and like different reskins for outfits and stuff, and it's like 99% just nerds changing the visuals of the game, and it never has anything to do with the mechanics of the game. And it just like the emphasis that people put on the appearance of things is, it always surprises me, is all.
Yeah, that's true. Zoe tipped 20 cents, hanging their Tux. Yep. All good on my side now. Glad to have
just
power.
Holding it down as always.
And holding down the podcast. Yep.
So, you know, the thing about the whole the Carolinas and the hurricane and all that, we really want to hold on to things like this and try to save and record things that we know to be true about these events, because the entire premise when an anarchist is talking to somebody who's like a government anything, right? You know, they're shilling their government, whatever. And they always say, you know, we've all heard the marauds or whatever. the entire idea behind like consolidating all of this heavy equipment in the hands of the government and then being extra cautious about somebody just like owning a tank or whatever. But the thing is all of these people with their private helicopters are doing God's work. And then on the flip side, like the government just does nothing and it's bogged down by bureaucracy. And then you're basically faced with one of two scenarios. Either A, the government is capable of all of this door-to-door gun confiscation and they're capable of all of these horrible things, right? Like for restricting your freedom and forcing you to do things and telling you what to do. And they are choosing not to help the people that they exist to serve. Either that is true or they are not capable of those things. And all of these people who are cowardly, hiding in their whatever, not actually resisting, all of those people are basically out of fear not doing anything about anything.
Yeah, this is true and unfortunate.
I wanted to comment on something that I heard on last week's show. Is that all right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so it was some European politics came up in the news last week, and it was something about Hungary, and people were saying something like, "Oh, Hungary is great," or something like this. And I just have to protest against this because, well, I'm in the EU, and I can tell you that Hungary is about the worst country here if you're interested in any kind of liberty or so.
Oh, really?
And I think that it's what this comes from sort of is there is some I mean, what is Hungary? If we're going to say it briefly, it's some sort of a nationalist regime there, right? And nationalism is something that is opposed to liberty, and I think it's pretty much opposed to what Monero stands for. If you're nationalist, you think that borders are important, right? And you don't like immigrants, maybe. So if there's a border and a person, an individual wants to cross the border, that's bad, you think. So you don't like individual freedom if you're a nationalist. So I think it goes against, I mean, it's, yeah.
He's not the only person I've heard that from either. Like there are elements of Hungarian society that may have, like, on a surface level, the appearance of, you know, protecting individual rights, but it's not really the case.
Hello. Isn't it from Hungary that Orban is sending buses with migrants to Brussels?
Yeah, it was this piece of news that came up last week, I guess.
Like that was the joke of the week, right?
Yeah,
is this really happening, or what? Because he was warned that he would get fined $250 million, right? If he wouldn't accept migrants.
There's some controversy around that, yes. But I don't know. I don't care much about that. I just want to protest against the statement that Hungary is good. Hungary is not good politically. It's very bad. I'm very glad to be in Sweden and not in Hungary, if we're talking EU. I mean, we have a lot of problems in the EU generally, but don't go saying that Hungary is a good country in Europe, because it's not. If you want liberty, let's say. So I've said it. I also think that it's sort of off topic here. I mean, we shouldn't be talking about that. We should be talking about sort of the more general issues and more freedom issues, let's say.
Well, it's becoming very profitable to be a migrant that goes to Sweden, right? Apparently, they're getting paid $35K to leave. So, unfortunately, I don't have such other passport that I could profit from it.
Yeah, that's an aspect that I don't think that they thought about that. It's mostly a symbolic thing, I think, from these Sweden Democrats. They're very anti-immigrant party, and for them they have a policy that is about, we have to get rid of all the foreigners from our country. That's that's their opinion. That's not mine. Okay, and they have pushed through this or they are pushing for such a rule or such a law that would I don't know, give money to people if they want to leave. So yeah, it's quite silly, I think.
Yeah, just to touch on
Well,
something
Alaska.
said.
Oh, I
earlier.
think Buddy's trying to say something. Let me turn your mic up, Buddy. You're kind of quiet. There we go.
Oh, really? Okay. How about now?
It's a little better.
Well, I can turn myself up on my end. All right. What about that? Is that better?
Yeah, that's great.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah, just to touch on something Alaska was saying earlier, about some kind of meaningful resistance. Like when people hear that, they so often think, "Oh, I need to like start my own local militia and prepare to wage war." Or like I have to defy everything. And what's funny is that people don't realize how much a little bit of mass resistance, a little bit of resistance by a lot of people in mass goes a long way, and is in general far preferable than to small groups of people doing a large amount of resistance. So it's like any small token thing that you can find to resist the encroachments of the state is a good thing to do, especially the ones that don't actually cost you that much. Things like challenging every single traffic ticket and taking it to court, like wasting their time. If everybody did that, if even 10% of people did that, that entire scam would shut down overnight. They just don't have the resources. And so like if
demanding
you
a jury trial on that, like to demand a jury trial is massive. It's huge.
Yep. The other thing too is like the judge is probably, they're going to object and they're going to silence you. And the thing is to just talk to the jury as people, right? Like forget the law, forget the statutes, forget all of that. Just be like, listen, I'm not here to argue that whether or not, I mean, maybe if you actually didn't break the law, then maybe argue that too. But, just basically say, listen, these lawyers here don't want you to know that you can judge me on the basis of your conscience. And if you think that the revenue generation in this city is out of control, then you have the right to vote your conscience. And the judge does not get to tell you what the law means. And even if he does, it doesn't matter what they say. Just like that little point of education, you might catch one person. Maybe you only catch one person every 3 trials, but it's worth it because it doesn't cost you that much. The worst case scenario, you're out a few $100 and you take defensive driving or whatever.
A lot of people don't realize. So I'd say about half of the time I've spent in jail was for handing out jury nullification pamphlets outside of a courtroom. But that's a small, and it's nothing. Like you just do it when you have a couple of days off work, you'll be out of jail in no time. It's basically a free.
Did they convict you of jury tampering, or was it just they arrested you and then they cut you loose because they realized
they almost always just arrest you, cut you loose, and then you go back and do it again, and then they get mad again. Like,
you never sued them? You never said, all right, hey, let's go to court over this, motherfuckers. You don't have the right to do it.
By the time I was doing that, I had kind of that the branding of being a tar baby. Like whenever I end up in a courtroom, it always ends up being like an absolute nightmare for the people who are prosecuting. So the real incentive is to just make me go away for a short period of time, right? Mm-hmm. So like they almost never bring anything to court for just about anybody doing stuff like that because being able to threaten the jail time is pretty much the only weapon they have, and if they were to be found in violation of the First Amendment over and over again, it would be a bigger problem. But it's little things like that where, if you have like, let's say a Thursday and a Friday off or something like that, on a Thursday, like that's if you have a normie job, right? On a Thursday, you go early in the morning and you just hand out jury nullification pamphlets and like set up, banners or whatever. And then they tear down your banners and they like refuse to let your paperwork and all your handouts and stuff get out there. But the thing is there's a pretty good chance that at least one of those jurors is now aware of jury nullification. And you will see how many people do not get in trouble. Without sharing the name of the person involved, not that long ago, a person I know pretty well was involved in a DWI case. And so normally those things like jury's in, jury's out, it's over. And most people never take it to a jury trial. This was like the 3rd time that this person had been at a jury trial. And it was like their 3rd hung jury. And the thing is the state trying to generate this revenue spent just absolutely ludicrous amounts of money trying to prosecute somebody who it never went anywhere, and that person is still free to do whatever they are going to do. But it only takes one person on the jury to create a hung jury scenario, and then that same person can express the fact that once the deliberation takes place, they can educate all of the other people about the fact that I have the right to vote however I want to vote, and my answer is no. I mean, you can say whatever you want. You can be like, fuck the state or whatever, right? You can even use that jury as a hostage audience to your political leanings and so on.
One of the few times that voting actually matters.
Exactly. And but there's even way big, and maybe people don't want to, like, some people are afraid of jail. I have no idea why. I've been in jail in foreign countries, and a lot of those are horrible. But like in the United States, it's a joke. Like if you're in Boulder, Colorado, the jail there, like you get organic food and like comfy beds, and the conditions were better in Boulder, like in jail, than the actual place I was living. Like so it's kind of like a nice case of R&R, you know. And some of the people in there were really cool, and like you might end up with friends that you never thought you were gonna have, right? Like.
Well, it's because of the picking up of the soap and because of the dangers of like.
Well, yeah, like in jail, it's not such an issue. Like in prison, yes, it's kind of like an overtime thing, right? People become gayer over time the longer they spend in prison, but people in jail haven't been there long enough to like start thinking certain thoughts, right? But so that's probably not going to happen. Now, once again, if you're in a foreign country, you might want to check the conditions of your local jail. I've been to some pretty grimy jails in other places that like, okay, maybe this isn't the place to do it. But with what Bawdy is saying, like the little acts of resistance can go even further, right? So for example, like if I was in the Carolinas right now, just go help people anyway, right? Like, oh, you're not allowed to this and that. I mean, if you're like a hiker or a backpacker or whatever, you know, trail routes or like, I mean, or just like covering the scenario yourself and making that information available to some like media aggregating element. These kinds of like small acts of resistance are absolutely massive. And I think the best example that I could come up with is, remember when they rolled out the people call them naked body scanners? That just the threat of everybody opting out at the same time at the TSA, they shut down the body scanners on, I think it was a Thanksgiving of like 2002 or something like that. But just the threat of people demonstrating a resistance to this technology was enough for them to shut down the whole security theater thing. And that in and of itself became evidence that they did not actually expect these things to prevent any terrorism, right? Like that. And each and every example that you put in that belt, the whole system relies on trust, right? And Monero people should understand this much better than everybody else, right? What gives fiat currency its a value, it's not even the government decree, it's the trust that people value that currency, right? And that's one of the underpinning themes of Monero, right? We trust that the math is going to work, and it does, right? But math is a hell of a lot more trustworthy than the whims of people's valuations of something. So there is something there as opposed to fiat, right? Well, it's the same thing with government. Either people trust their government or they fear their government, and undermining those two things is the solution for like creating a free society. Either people are afraid of their government, and we now have this example of how inept they are, or they trust their government, and we now have this example that they're not trustworthy. But every act of resistance undermines that, right? So, you know, like why?
For example, here in Germany, if you get a ticket and there are like programs where you are like insured against special types of stuffs, then you can directly like send them a letter saying that my lawyer is checking up on this ticket, and it's like automatic. It's like already in the system. Like if you protest, you won't pay, but you have to go to the lawyer and pay the lawyer, or have a fee system with them, such that you don't pay the tickets for whatever. Well, within reason, right? If it's like
in the world of
30
trucking,
kilometer zone and you went with 50 or whatever it is in miles, I don't know.
You mean the way God intended measurements to happen? Yeah. But the
By
thing
the way,
is,
I listened to your talk. It was great. I heard it like a mantra. Very good, man.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. I do it for Monero, right? I really do. But like there are things in the trucking world where you can pay to basically, as a group, you can have a lawyer on retainer to challenge like, DOT regulations or whatever. And it's amazing the difference it can make in your life. Just the fact that they exist, like your first frivolous DOT violations, they get handled, but then all of a sudden they just leave you alone generally because they know. Meanwhile, like some owner operator truck driver guy who doesn't know any better, they're just constantly getting cleaned out over and over and over again. And that's another element that you can point to, which is like these systems don't exist to go after the big guys. They exist to go after the little guys. Like one of the reasons why socialism has such a powerful like underpinning of support is because they at least believe in the idea that like they have to unite against the big guys or whatever. But all of those systems exist to oppress the little guy and do nothing to oppress the big guy, right? And that's a great place to start a conversation with like your average socialist. Like all of these regulations, all of these government systems, all they do is keep the little man down and give the big man an edge. And as soon as they wake up to that fact, you're going to see the support for things like the government just deteriorate.
All right, so I have a proposition for the Monero Ranch. We could call it Monero, which is like Monero and Ranchero squished together. I don't know how like good it sounds in Spanish. It doesn't sound quite great in English, but I think in Spanish it probably would be more Monero. And it's also kind of like money, since like moneda. So it's kind of like you're ranching, you're farming your own money.
So I was thinking about that thing that you said, Alaska, about the tail emission, and I was trying to make like a framework where it's the most simple way to look at it, right? And I guess all the tragedies going on in the world, and we are here to talk about Monero once again. The way I would look at it would be using pyramids, and it ties down with the thing that you said, that begging to like voting is begging for your freedom. It also ties down with Elias's thing, the idea he had. Like imagine it's power to the people, right? The people's money. So the most ideal situation would be that every one of us has the same computer with which he mines, and that everyone has the same cost of mining. In that case, you can look at that and say, okay, what are we going to do, right? And it is often said that one CPU, one vote. But what are you actually voting for? Like, okay, you are voting for the block that you just found, but it's not a vote. It's like you mined the block. So in this regard, it's rather one CPU, one vote, voting to be the best miner, the best mining machine that, for example, on this pyramid like thing, you would have the most, like the Antminer X5, right, is the best mining machine for Monero right now. And on the bottom of the pyramid, you would have lots of let's call the rest before what everyone would have, right? So if everyone has the same mining machine and everyone has the same cost of mining, for a tyrant that has the fastest machine on the top of the pyramid, hello Monero chat, by the way, so the tyrant cannot control all the smallest mining machines, and that is the most evasive way to be anti-tyrannical, an anti-tyrannical system. And how much should the weakest mining machine make, like at a profit? It should be like that epsilon bigger than 0, because you can make the tail emission really big and then the SP4 would make lots of profit. But if you cut it just the minimum, then that's the best way to think about it, I guess. Like the way that is a reasonable framework to think about it.
And and I'm glad you brought that up, because I never really dove into that, but that is very much another thing that I was hoping the audience, whatever audience we had on that show, would take into consideration, is the amount of research that we should do. And I mean, like, this right now is the point in Monero, and I don't mean like this very moment, but I mean from this moment to the next like year or two, there will never, I mean, there will almost certainly never be a better time to decide whether or not adjustments need to be made, because the concept of tail emission is obviously, it's delivered everything that it was supposed to deliver, right? It's working, it's amazing, but that said, it was so new when it was implemented, and now we have this massive body of data available to analyze whether or not we picked the right numbers, you know what I mean? And then,
well,
like, what you're
thanks
saying
for
is,
letting it flow. My point as
Yeah.
well is that the thing is, you can only set the tail emission, and then it's like plug and pray.
Yes,
Because,
exactly.
Like,
and if
I
we
get
don't
the point. I
consider
get the point
the
that
computing
if you
power behind
of
it
course,
too, you know,
what
and that's the way that you put it was exactly, I mean, I kind of tried to touch on it, but I'm not very good at describing these things. But the thing is the computing power behind it, at this point, I mean, you're not going to get a bunch of like 1s and 2s small time guys messing with the chain at this point. Right now, it's about state and corporate actors is what the computing power behind the mining is really for, right? Because it's way past being abused or manipulated. Go ahead.
For one, I get the argument that if you raise the tail emission, the price of the incentive will be bigger, and then perhaps a person that doesn't even care about fighting against the tyrants will turn on his machine, right?
Yes.
Of course, I get that, right? First, if you change the tail emission, it would be like you changed it once. Are you going to change it again? So that's a bad precedent. Secondly, even if you would change it to an algorithm, that algorithm would be like a bettering, and then you could not change the algorithm. But then there is like no outside influence you can have on that system, right?
And that is something that I do worry about, which is, you know, on the one hand, you've got like the Bitcoin extreme where it's like ossify now, change nothing. I mean, that's like speculating on whether or not you're God, right? Like that's like saying the first round was the best round and you'll never do better, which is obviously absurd, right? But then on the flip side of things, I mean, you certainly want to, changing the rules in the middle of the game is always a threat to the stability of the ecosystem. And that's one of the reasons why I'm so convinced that going forward, it would be best to decide whether or not where we're at right now is correct at this stage. Because, like, I don't want to say the final perfecting of Monero, but like, you know, things like full chain membership proofs and like all of these things going on with Seraphis and all of that. It's truly coming to a crescendo where everything that we know about the currency part of cryptocurrency is really almost ossifying, right? Like it's really gotten nailed down to the point where we know how to produce the privacy, we know how to produce the fungibility and all of that stuff. So the next question at this stage in the game needs to be, like, with all of the data that we have, are our tokenomics right? You see, and if we wait too long, it's going to make it worse, changing the rules in the middle of the game, right? If we wait too long,
well,
like, but on the flip side, it's like we at least want to know if we got it right. You know what I'm saying? Like,
well, towards the thing of BTC,
yes, wasn't it? Like,
towards the thing of BTC, imagine that Andrew Wiles, who proved the last Fermat conjecture, there would be like I don't know if he got the Fields Medal or something, but like, okay, so Satoshi made a great thing. You can make a statue of Anon and have like a Nobel Prize for an Anon and have all the uproar. It's amazing, but you don't need to proliferate a system which is already proven to be much better at the Monero side. And I am of the opinion that Bitcoin should stay and continue because it's a good Trojan horse for the Monero project to lay its groundworks. And I don't have anything against Bitcoin. I think some aspects of it are great and are still great. And in regards to Elias's idea, there is another aspect to it, because if you are, we will all, you will all go to Mexico, and there are these pyramids there, right? So imagine you go to the Mayan pyramids, and you sit there and you are visualizing that. Imagine all the world has these minimum CPU powered that is at the base, right? Let's say like millions of them, right? And then what Elias actually did, he said that it's not one CPU, one vote. It is one CPU, one end of the vote. Because if you look at one pyramid, if you have the tyrant achieves 51%, let's say there are only 100 machines down, right? Or 1,000. He gets 501 machines that are like, imagine white, right, at the base. So he has control over the majority of the chain because he controls that. And every time a block appears, like you see the pyramid coming like with the base, right? Base, with the base. But this is just for one CPU, one vote. But if you take then Elias's approach, then you are saying that you are making another pyramid appear and another, and it is not clear to me, I didn't do the math, if the tyrant has 51% of the base, that he would also have 51% of the base in another pyramid and in another, like you would have like the number of chains that he said as pyramids, but that is far-fetched.
I don't know if you remember during the show, I had brought up it's already been on the table for what if the internet breaks up into splinternet theory, right? Where, you know, let's say, for example, the Russian internet and the United States internet are decoupled for most purposes, right? And so now all of a sudden you can't synchronize chains or whatever. And people had already come up with okay, well, you switch to like kind of a splinternet function. And then as soon as they can resynchronize, you know, but the thing is isn't that already Elias's idea?
Well,
right?
the
So
thing is that there is no hope for me. For me, there is no hope in staking. Also because, imagine, my granddaughter will go to the bank and say, yeah, my transaction went into a block that is like a bankster fart. Or she will say, I went into the bank and my transaction went into a golden shiny ultra diamond. What do you think is better? Like, this is why there is so much animosity, and I don't know, like sinful animosity even, to discuss about proof of stake, because I until now I only see Elias's proposal as having any shred of hope, because I believe that as far as I see it, there is like a really asynchronous thing going on there. And although the tyrant, if he have 51% of the machines, he would be able to flood, but not firstly override so easily, and he would not control the whole thing so easily. Yeah. Thanks so much.
I'm wondering if Dolphin has anything to say. I think we've heard from this person before. I would love to hear somebody chime in.
Yeah, Dolphin, you had some comments, man, about borders. Please. Well, you're dressed kind of like a Fed boy, though. What's going on with the avatar? A Fed girl, as it were.
Slave Blocker, your mic is still on.
All right, I guess Dolphin doesn't have anything for us. I was actually kind of hoping that what's his name? Dang it, I'm so bad with Fiat Demise. I was hoping Fiat Demise would show up. He's been here the past few weeks. We had a little back and forth on Twitter about voting, and I was hoping he'd show up. I even made some like pre-planned points for him. I don't know. I guess as long as we're on viewers on stage, I might as well say some stuff about voting since we're kind of getting there.
Do it.
Yeah, so I mean, it started with a tweet where I said, all right, to all you minarchist voters out there, why do you think the government and media work so hard to get the vote out? And there's even nations that mandate with fines if you don't vote. So like that should tell you something profound, right? It tells you how important voting really is to these politicians. It's extremely important to them that you get out and vote, that you make your voice heard. Now, the naive response to this would be something like, well, voting doesn't equal consent, right? Because my basic premise is that consent of the governed is the reason why they regard this as so important. Now, Lysander Spooner's arguments regarding voting does not equal consent. You cannot convert voting into consent. That's a logically correct argument. Like, that's a very good argument. He completely destroys that notion. Nevertheless, the apparition of consent is what is important to the sociopathic politician. So for them, it's incredibly important that they get, something at least like 50% of the people voting, because then they can say, oh, well, this is the system that we have. It's the consent of the governed. More than 50% of the people voted. And they've never come out and said, oh, more than 50% of the people voted. But they know that intuitively speaking, if only 10% of people were voting, that the other 90% kind of disregard their system as being legitimate in the first place. And so because of that, they work very, very hard to get the vote out. Now, I'm not a pure idealist on this, and I think you guys know that because I did support Millet, optimistic Millet, right? You could say I kind of supported Millet. An idea that I came up with kind of thinking about this and thinking about my interaction with Fiat Demise was that I can make a better exception, an easier exception for local, smaller groups where you have personal firsthand knowledge of the people involved, and you have a greater chance to actually make an impact. In that case, I can kind of understand, like in a local election in a small city, voting for a judge that sheriffs that they might not be total anarchists, but maybe they're minarchists. Maybe they have like a general freedom mindset, and you know them personally, so you have a very good resolution on what they actually think, what they actually believe. But for an entity so deeply entrenched and criminal as the national government, with such pervasive propaganda, the only exceptions I could make would be for the utmost of ideal kind of person that's like, I don't believe in the authority of this institution. They're criminals. I'm here to dismantle a criminal enterprise. That's the kind of idealism you need to have, in my mind, if I would ever go vote in a national election for somebody. It's not sufficient just to be like, oh, well, I'm a small government. I believe in small government. But then they have like glaring deficiencies of philosophy and freedom and all these other different areas, right? Because in that case, they're positively harmful. And so regardless of which way you want to think, like, okay, should I vote? Should I not vote? One thing that we know is that there is the inescapable fact that voluntary participation in the system of voting confers the apparition of consent for all the midwits out there, right? For the general population. So there is absolutely a harm that happens when you go vote and contributes to these sociopathic politicians and their like perceived threshold levels of legitimacy. So in order to vote, in order to actually go to the polling station and cast a vote and participate in that system, there needs to be a significant justification for the specific politicians that you would be voting for to overcome that harm, right? And so everyone's going to have to set their own levels there, at what they think is the appropriate level for them to do so. But again, I think the criteria should be that the further away, the larger the population being sampled, the further away and the more criminal the organization, the absolute more idealist the person that you would go vote for needs to be, and with some kind of proven track record behind them as well. But in local smaller elections, I think it might make some sense to go vote for the minarchist. So anyways, that's my voting rant for today.
Well, and for voting in Europe, at least in Portugal, and here too, I think, when you go vote at schools. And I mean, there is no work related to the voting. A junkie can go there who is an alphabet and goes there and makes a cross or presses a button, and that's it. So it's so insidious. Why is it at schools? So the people learn that they are in charge, or I don't know. I never voted.
So hopefully you guys are all familiar with what the word etymology means, but for those who don't know, etymology is the study of word origins. And the premise is that you build the meaning of something based on generally accepted understandings of what the word used to mean, going all the way back to the roots of language. Okay. So the first one I want to give real quick is booth before I move on to voting. But remember, you go into a voting booth and the root word for booth, which is bower, is a chamber. Okay. So in other words, it has a religious context to it. You go to be alone to pray with God. You can find many examples like prayer closets, or in the New Testament, there's this conversation about going to pray alone with God rather than loud publicly and so on, because it's an intimate time with God. But the one that I really want to focus on is the word vote, which vote and vow aren't just synonyms. They actually used to be the same word. Okay. But anyway, the word vote comes from Latin votum, a promise to a god, a solemn pledge, dedication, that which is promised, a wish or desire, longing, prayer. So in other words, you are promoting the person you're voting for to godhood. You are telling that person that they are your god now by your own consent. Now, this goes actually farther back to
it couldn't get worse.
Yeah. So the word votus is the past participle, meaning to promise solemnly and pledge and dedicate your vow. So actually what it means is you are foregoing your own will and dedicating all of your future will to this person who you are now elevating to godhood. But it gets even worse when you get into the Greek, which is euke, to vow or wish or pray to somebody you acknowledge as a deity. So in other words, this is absolutely, since the dawn of voting itself, it has always been a religious ritual throwing somebody to divine status and willingly submitting to them for the entire term of the arrangement. Okay. This is absolutely a religious ritual that is intended to make you a slave to a divine author. But then what makes it worse is they don't even accept the will of the people, because the anarchist candidate has won every single election. Okay. More people vote for nobody than either candidate since as far back as I can find. Fewer people acknowledge the leadership of the person voted for than do acknowledge that person's leadership. but they don't care, and they never will care. So if you actually believe in democracy, we shouldn't have a president, we shouldn't have any senators, we shouldn't have any congressmen. Like, we already won the vote, and our votes don't matter.
And another thing, I shall name my favorite book, which is Extremal Combinatorics from Stasis and Yukna, perhaps a Hungarian person. And in there is the dictator's paradox, which follows from Arrow's theorem. So in certain voting systems, it is always so that dictators arise. It's an invariant of our objective reality measured in math.
Yeah, I was actually about to comment that I watched a Veritasium video where he describes the different like mathematical game theories on different types of voting systems, and you can prove, like, in a number of mathematicians have done this, voting is provably unfair. It results in these outcomes where the will of the people in many cases is likely not to be respected. I think the ultimate conclusion from the video was something more like rank ordering your preference it's in certain
constraints. I don't know if it applies, how wide it applies, but in certain constraints in voting systems, that's the case. Yeah, there's always an emergence of a dictator. Yeah, that's very interesting.
It's very related. Those two things are definitely interrelated in the sense that pretty much every voting system is provably unfair. You end up in this situation where it can be gamed, and then the dictators take control. It's funny in the sense that the malicious agency of sociopaths cares not about the will of the people. They just care about the appearance of things, the apparition of that, which is why they use all these magic tricks, which is why they use etymology to their advantage. They implant subconscious ideas. They spend so much effort trying to do it because they know they're not legitimate. So they know it's like when you're debating someone and you've got the truth on your side, your arguments are solid, and the other person, like, even if they bring good arguments, they're just going to lose as long as you bring the right arguments, because they don't have the case to be made. So in so many of those cases, when someone knows they're on the losing end, then they'll pivot to all the social strategies, right? They'll use the ad hominems, they'll use the distractions, they use the nice fancy rhetoric, the thought terminating cliches. They'll use every little trick in the book to try and distract from the fact that they're wrong, and that you're right, and that your arguments are solid. And they'll try and grab the people that, either you're not good at like rejecting those, or they'll try and like poke at you to get you emotionally upset. And these politicians, these sociopaths, these hucksters, these tricksters, that's exactly what they do. That's their whole game.
The power of the emotion can never be overstated when it comes to things like politics, when it comes to things like free will, because to gain access to a person's emotions is an excellent way to override their logic, and that's something that people have known for a very long time. And that's one of the reasons why humanity is being provoked into this like almost childlike state of hyper emotionalism, right? Because
and the removal of choice. I mean, for example, we saw in the and like the Wu flu and stuff that there was a removal of choice, and that is one of the most immoral things that exists. It's really insidious. Like, I go to the supermarket now, and usually, because the digital euro is coming, usually you went to the queue to go to the cashier, and if the line was too big, they would just open a second cashier, and you would get served out of like human warmth, And now there are two like digital cash or whatever that's called, digital currency of the state, the euro. You can pay with your card, you can scan it yourself, and then you're waiting there for like 5 more minutes. And I protested once, like, why don't you open the second cashier? And then they did it, but the last time they said, we fired one because of that. I don't know if that's true. Probably not. But yeah, you have no choice.
That's an interesting thing, because one of the reasons why a lot of people got rid of these self-checkout lines is because so many people were basically protesting going through the self-checkout lines that a lot of people like unwound the self-checkout lines.
Yeah, that shit should be broken, and this is a great tool to do it.
Bodhi, I think you made really good points about what you said first with what you called that there's a harm in voting, and that everyone needs to make a decision about that, if it's worth it, let's say, and what is the candidate you're voting for idealist enough to make up for that. I get what you're saying here, but I want to ask you on this anarchism topic then, because I think I live in Sweden. I used to think it's a pretty good democracy, and I think that I have more freedom, let's say, in my life thanks to this system compared to something else, or compared to what society was like a few hundred years ago. So it's not that bad, actually. And I would like to ask, could you point to what is the best society that exists or that has existed? Because there is usually some form of government going on, and it's seldom good, right?
Yeah, it's a good question. I see, in a lot of ways, I see the essential services that the government provides, and I'm not opposed to the essential services. My personal construction of anarchy is very, very simple. It's simply that these people don't have the authority, right? They might have the power. They might be, they might have an army and military, police, whatever. They might have the power to force my hand, to force me into their system, but they don't have the authority to do it. It's the rejection of their right to do it. They don't have that right. And so in an anarchist society, we would actually have systems very similar, except for example, in your case in Sweden, yeah, I've actually heard that there's really nice, there's good social nets. They're not throwing away tons of money on the military like the United States does. College is free. It might be the case that you decide to opt in to that organization, but you might have several overlapping Swedens, so to speak, several overlapping organizations that provide various services for society, for the population, for infrastructure. And that's like just the freedom to say, hey, I don't want to be part of any of these organizations. I just want to operate on the lowest basic level of human morality, as opposed to being part of a corporate structure. And then, okay, I got to pay my quote unquote taxes, but they wouldn't be taxes. They would be your dues, right? Because you elected to be in the corporate structure. There would be very clear ways of exiting that structure, but it doesn't require you to leave your home or to leave some large arbitrary chunk of land. And generally speaking, we've seen this dichotomy over and over again, where when some piece of land, some geography has a government that comes in that decides to relax all of the restrictions and the heavy-handedness. You could take Singapore as a great example. And Argentina now seems to be another good example, an ongoing example at this moment. We've still got to see how that works out. But when the government relaxes their hand and allows freedom to flourish, prosperity follows. And people find ways of doing all of the infrastructure things and society organization that needs to be done. Because people just naturally will do that. Just like there are individuals, private individuals trying to rescue people in North Carolina. And we see this with every hurricane. Hell, when I was in college in Tallahassee, I took a chainsaw. We had a hurricane that hit Pensacola. And I took a chainsaw. Maybe I went to Mobile, Alabama. Anyways, and went down there to go help them. So it's like people just naturally do this. But yeah, like a country like Singapore, you saw where they relaxed a lot of, like almost all of the heavy-handedness. They got prosperous, and then the government comes back in and says, okay, it's time to take my cut. We just need to like stop that last part. Like the government doesn't need to come back in and take their cut. But people, unfortunately, they relapse into this delusion that the authority of the government is righteous and that they have the right to tell you what to do. And it's all based on an appeal to popularity fallacy, right? Oh, well, we all voted, so that makes it legitimate. It's like, no, that's not how logic works. That's not how philosophy works. An appeal to popularity is not sufficient to run roughshod over the basic human rights that people have.
Mind if I take a crack at this one?
Please, absolutely.
So my first and prime example of a system of voluntarism. So because of the nature of this conversation, I'm going to be a little more specific. There's a lot of different definitions for anarchy. It's got a wide philosophical tree to it. But I'm going to hone in on voluntarism, because I think as far as Bawdy and I are concerned, that's what we are talking about when we talk about anarchy. We're talking about voluntarist interactions. And just for the viewing audience, what you need to understand about that, it's the premise that every interaction between two parties should be voluntary. And most people also fully informed consent to which it's possible. So to which it's possible is just a caveat to say, you may agree to have an IT professional work on your computer without knowing exactly what they're doing because they have the technological proficiency and you don't. But the idea being, to the fullest extent possible, you are being informed for your consent. So with that out of the way, my first example would be the family unit. Okay. People refuse to acknowledge when you have these conversations that by every stretch of the imagination, a family unit is a voluntary governance body. Okay. There are exceptions, abusive marriages or whatever. But as an example, my wife and I have a voluntary interaction. I have family members that live with me, like my mom, Chloe. A lot of you guys probably know who that is. I have lots of people in my family, some blood relatives, some not, but it is 100% voluntary. And then you get into the question of children, which this adds another layer of complexity. In a society, there are always going to be people that are not capable of fully informed consent. Children, people with mental disabilities, like, cognitive problems and so on, where they are not capable of having fully informed consent. They are not capable of being voluntarily engaged in this family unit. Well, the point is the family unit, it works with animals. You see, like, there are animals that are not taking their 4th year in their philosophy major, but the cub still follows the mother around. The mother still raises the cub, right? The family unit works, and you can now extend that out. So that would be my first example of a system of governance that is both voluntary and works better than everything else. I'm definitely the primary breadwinner of my family. So in other words, I have like a 90% tax rate. Okay. Almost everything that I generate economically is poured into my family and freely given. So there's your tax system right there. It's even more taxes, it's more efficient, and it goes to the people who are not generating their own income. Don't get me wrong, David pulls his weight around here, but not quite to the degree that he consumes just yet, right? Now, my next example, Bawdy kind of took a bunch of them for me, so I'm going to try to pick stuff that he didn't use, but Hong Kong. Okay, so Hong Kong was an example of going from a lots of government system to a limited government system to a almost no government system by modern standards, and then reversing that trend back to a lot of government system. And you have this incredibly clear trend: more government, less prosperity; more government, less freedom; more government, lower IQs; less government, higher IQs. It is 100% body of data in favor of less government. Okay. And it is literally surrounded by the same population genetically, linguistically, and so on. And yet the people in the no government area thrived, and the people in the lots of government area were being strangled. All right. Another excellent example, even though it's not an example of a society with no government, would be Korea. You have North Korea and South Korea. You have lots of government and no government. And this also adds to the point that Elias was making that I think a lot of people don't understand. Now it was Tux that had said the Hungarians are based. He was kind of say it tongue in cheek, right? So in other words, the idea of in-group preference when in-group government is taking place is, like, I guess, a step in the right direction, you could say. But the thing is with North Korea and South Korea, you have the same population. They're even related. A line was drawn, an imaginary line, and all of a sudden you see this massive disparaging between the qualitative value of the two regions. Okay, South Korea did not have any particular advantages over North Korea. North Korea has piles and piles of resources never exploited. Or North Korea has, I mean, some of the places in North Korea are absolutely gorgeous. I mean, they're reminiscent of like Colorado or Switzerland, right? I'll be right back, but I think that's a pretty good case so far.
Couple super chats that I think were missed. And on tip 60 cents, shout out to Oscar. He is a Simple X ambassador. You should invite him. Yeah, Oscar should come on to the Viewers on Stage. I don't think I've ever heard him before. Ishmael tipped 50 cents. After you vote them in, they end up voting for things you don't accept, and you can't do anything after that. Did you guys see the video of the one politician getting confronted in the airport and she tried to hide in the bathroom? I have not seen that, but if you have a link to that, please send. I will show it on stream.
Can I just point out how they want you to vote for the guy, but they don't have you vote for the policy is another like hilarious thing about voting. It's like vote for a guy who's going to vote for the policy, but he's going to vote however he wants and he's not going to vote. But it's like, does voting work or does it not work?
Well, to top it off, the most ridiculous thing I saw about voting was about the Christliche Demokratische Union, also called CDU, here in Germany, where there was a poster on the street, vote for more ice cream. This was really there, and it wasn't a joke, like to address the lack of money of people. Yeah, that was so idiocracy. And to say another thing is that there is hope because Bitcoin is traceable. And although there are, for example, the maximum amount of clubs that can be formed, Sperner's theorem and all that, there are invariants. People, they're always going to be the first ones or the leaders. And there will always be government, I think. So just track their money. That would be a great thing to do.
So on the topic of etymology and going along with our comments here, I'm sorry, my camera's all whack. I have to keep getting up. But I also wanted to throw out a couple of more etymological pieces of evidence that voting is an absolute fraud. So suffrage comes from the word prayer. And suffrage specifically means an intercessory prayer or plea on behalf of another. Okay, so it's even worse than like you're casting your willpower into this enthroned divinity, but it's to go so far as to say, I'm praying on this other guy's behalf that you will become his god or her god or whatever. And then there was another one that so elect means to elevate. Usually it means to elevate into an office. But the idea, once again, is you are raising them above the status of human. Okay, so all of these words are specifically tailored with the idea in mind of we are your gods, you are our slaves, and we will tell you like what is taking place here.
All right, let me ask you this then. On the United States, I read a book by Hannah Arendt. It's called On Revolution, and it's about the concept of revolution, you could say. And she likes very much the U.S. revolution. I mean the creation of the United States, and it describes then the sort of background as these people who had moved very far away from the the king and the sort of the government of the British or English or whatever in those days. So they traveled very far away to America, to North America, and they settled there. And they were, I think they were pretty close to this family unit thing that you describe. I mean, they lived in a way that were, you know, they just lived by themselves there. And so they had this pretty good way of life there that they established, and they formed these states. And in each state, they had some sort of government that was not super corrupt, let's say, at least. Or at least for the sake of argument, can we assume that for a little bit? And then...
it's like the high trust society concept. I would point out in that book, though, she is pointing to the fact that the premise of the state wasn't so much to regulate within, but it was to create boundaries from regulations from without, which may no longer have the level of utility that it did at the time. But please continue your thought.
All right. Yeah. Well. Anyway, what happened then was that the United States was formed as a federal state, a thing, with this Declaration of Independence and this. And the way that happened was that the states, each state chose to join that, to be part of that. So it was voluntary in that sense. So if you believe that each state had the functioning way of making decisions for itself, then it was the correct way of forming the federal government, in that they did it voluntarily, each of them. So then it was this was sort of in principle a correct way to form a government in some sense, the way they did it back then. Do you think it was good up to that point, and then it has gone to shit, or was it already bad from the start?
The first thing on that topic is you really want to contextualize exactly what the prevailing worldview was, let's say pre-Magna Carta. So I've read a lot of letters from that era, and it was the prevailing understanding that a king by divine right, it was literally impossible for them to be wrong. And the worst case scenario would be the advisors were the problem. So you are moving away from this idea of literal divine authorship of kingly decrees. And by the time you get up to the moment of revolution, remember what a declaration is. We swear and attest these things to be true. So the Declaration of Independence does not actually form a federal government. It is just a confederation of people declaring it to be true that they are autonomous from the decrees of the king. Now, if I declare something to be true, I am swearing that something is reality. I mean, that may seem obvious, but at this point in history, to load something with those principles, I swear this to be true, in opposition to the prevailing philosophy of a king is ruling by divine right, or that the parliament is the will of the people. To say it is not the will of these peoples, and to say that the king has no right to do these things, is profound for its time. That is many, many steps towards freedom, all being done at the same time. Now, that said, it does not actually institute the federal government under the Articles of Confederation. That's what the Articles of Confederation do. And the Articles of Confederation were far more limited of a government than, for example, the Constitution. And there was already a massive opposition to the Articles of Confederation. And when you're reading people who are founding fathers, like Lysander Spooner, right? He is literally a founding father, and people have no idea who he is. He was expressing incredibly strong opposition to even the Constitution, right? Because his premise is, if we're going to swear something to be true and then immediately form a different type of government, either A, the Constitution is useless, or B, it will become the rope that we're going to hang ourselves with, right? But he's not leaving room for the Constitution to actually function the way that it was supposedly intended to do. And then it's immediately followed by the Whiskey Rebellion. Okay, so he was proven right immediately after that. The laws of the Constitution were not going to be observed, and they weren't, and they're still not, and they never will be, right? So, but that said, there is truth to the fact that you can have a cleaner shirt in a dirty hamper than all of the other dirty shirts, right? We talk about this with the dollar all the time. The dollar is a highly manipulated, speculative, imaginary money supply, right? But it's still better than a lot of the other imaginary money supplies that print themselves into oblivion within the first, 0.25 seconds of their existence. But I live in a territory that is being governed by the federal government for a reason. Like, Alaska is an amazing place to live, and I'm very grateful to be here. But that said, I still reject the idea that a federal government should be allowed to tell me what to do. And I still reject the idea that anybody should be able to involuntarily tell me what to do, right? Now, how to get from here to there is always a big question. Like the idea, do you vote in local elections, and these things that we're asking right now? They're very important questions. I'll give you that. But if you were in the what became the United States, so we'll call it the colonies, the North American colonies, if you were there at the time, this was a massive upgrade to freedom. Absolutely. And if you were reading the Declaration of Independence, this was a groundbreaking philosophical document. Absolutely. Okay. And even with the Articles of Confederation, this was an attempt to create a means by which these different regions could govern themselves. Because, I mean, there were people alive at that time whose, great grandparents or whatever had died in like the 30 Years' War or the 100 Years' War, and they saw what had happened in Europe for the previous 1,000 years, right? They knew about the fall of Rome. They knew about all of these, and they were trying to remedy a never-ending war between all of these different bodies, right? I mean, there were wars between the colonies, by the way. Most people would never know about because there weren't even governments to claim those wars, right? So, for example, a treaty might be made between, the natives of one region and then another group of people that were from said region would just violate those treaties, right? So there were questions about making agreements between bodies or units of individuals. But at the time, it was more recognized that, like, so for example, if you were a member of a church, that church was exercising a certain level of control over you, right? And people respected that. Well, people don't really do that right now. All right. So, for example, if the church of so-and-so is declaring, yes, I will abide by the treaty made by this colony, there was a certain amount of will behind that is no longer represented. Right.
Well,
go ahead.
Well, one of the things that is a good starting point, I think, is to realize that the politicians work for us. And under one or more healthy money standards, where money has a natural cost, then these people should get paid as well to whatever the politicians do that is productive, right? I cannot come up with anything right now, but
I got nothing, but go ahead.
No, I think that's
we got another super chat here from Percy. The Fed was only supposed to be big during major wars. Once war ends, the Fed was supposed to be dissolved, but the Fed now creates war and rumors of war to present to the citizens. This are still needed, aka CIA and other hidden agencies. Well, they never actually declare war anyway. They just do these proxy wars so they can get around declaring war.
Yeah, the incentive structure to wage war is always a huge problem. because it's people's fear of war that leads to the creation of institution, that then leads to the creation of wars to create the fear to maintain the institution. There's a major incentives gap for sure. And keep in mind, the United States did not have a standing army until 1913. Okay. So when we're talking about like how the United States became an incredibly, and like the depth that you can go into this is just way beyond the scope of a conversation that we're going to have here on the internet at, you know, time. But like, just, you can check the flow of gold, right? Gold would leave the United States, there'd be a collapse, and then gold would come into the United States, and there'd be a boom, and then there'd be another collapse, and then they'd build canals and railways, and then the gold would leave again, and then foreigners would own the rail system, and so on. Like, this goes so much deeper than just like the governing documents. In fact, usually the governing documents are an afterthought, right? There are schemes and power plays that took place for decades in order to get to the point where there would be tyrants controlling this thing or that thing or whatever. For example, I think it was in New Jersey, there was this revolution against landlords during, I think it was like the 1810s or something like that, where, you know, hordes of people that were living on farmland revolted against like the sheriff and like the state governing agencies that were protecting the interests of landlords in favor of like throwing people who had lived there for generations off of their property. I mean, there's history underneath all of this that runs so deep that we're just not going to cover at this point in time. But that said, if you look at things in terms of things that have worked and things that have not worked, there is this overwhelming trend of, if you want freedom and prosperity, you want less government. If you want autonomy, you want less government. And government never actually protects the rights of the individual like the Declaration of Independence originally wrote. What protects the rights of the individual are guys with guns. That's always what it is. I don't count on the Alaskan state troopers to protect my family from theft and, you know, rapists and all of that. I trust my rifle because it works, right? That like there is only one vote that matters, and that's the 308. Okay, it is a large caliber rifle bullet that makes its will known in a nearly divine way. That is the only vote that matters, and that's the only vote that will ever matter. Or as Mao Zedong, who stands on a very different political spectrum than I do, said, he said, political power rises from the barrel of a gun. So people on the far left acknowledge it, people on the far right acknowledge it, and then people who think that it's all just a giant clown show, such as myself, acknowledge it. We all agree that political power rises from the barrel of a gun. And even people that want you and I to not have any power, what do they want? They want to get rid of the guns, right? So they even understand it.
Alaskanon will protect our constitutional rights. Just kidding. All right, guys. This stream is going on 4.5 hours longer than I thought it was. Yeah, closing statements, closing thoughts.
I just wanted to wish Slave Blocker good luck as he goes to collect whatever debt he's clearly about. Whatever Monero debt he's got the golf club. He's wearing the shades. So whatever debt you're about to go collect, brother, good luck.
I don't think he needs any luck, man. I'd pay. I'd just be like, here you go, sir.
I feel like Slave Blocker is a kind person. He just looks like a badass, but he's a very nice person. He's probably forgiven some debt.
Yeah,
well, just to harp on the point, rights are not to be protected by the government. A right is an action which does not harm anyone else. That's it. Well, I don't like. Yeah. Thanks.
There is
Monero.
another vote that
and don't
matters.
start mining Monero, or else I will have to buy more CPUs.
No, I just want to say yes, finally here that I didn't have any illusions of being able to win an argument against the anarchists in this room here, but I thank you for your thoughts on that. It's very interesting think about these things for sure. And I of course I grant you
of anarchism, by the way.
Of course, I grant you there are huge arguments in favor of anarchism, obviously, such as the biggest atrocities in history were committed by the state. So this is, we know this, we all know this. But thanks.
The other vote that matters, by the way, is to use Monero. It is a vote against the vote, if that makes sense. It's a vote against fiat tyranny. It's a vote against government. It's a vote against the banking cartels. So you don't even need a gun to win this war. What you need is to buy and sell using Monero. That's what you need.
Yes, sir. Thank you, everyone.
Still get a gun. I'm not saying don't get a gun. You should still get a gun. Just saying.
You should have minimum 10 guns. Okay. That should be, a
good start. Yeah.
At one point, I'm trying to remember. I thought recently. At one point, there was a slave blocker. There was some country that? No, I don't know. I don't think that's
all right. That one is like tally ho. All right, lads. I've loaded up my musket, affixed my bayonet. We put the buckshot into the spread shotgun. Tally ho. Give them hell.
Beautiful. Beautiful. All right, guys. Thank you. Have a good weekend and stay safe out there. Adios, friends.
Go ahead.
Later.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you for joining us on this week's Monerotopia episode. We stream live shows every Saturday at 11 a.m. Eastern. You can find and subscribe to our show on YouTube and Odyssey, or listen to the podcast on iTunes, Spotify, or Stitcher. Don't forget to follow us on Twitter or join us in the Monerotopia Telegram group. See you all next week.